I'll make it up, I'll make it, I'll make it up, I'll make it
All right, good evening, everyone. It's Thursday, April 24th, 2025, 11 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You are watching Co-op for Two. Today we are continuing our playthrough of Hunt a Killer's Curtain Call. Yesterday evening we played episodes 1 and 2, boxes 1 and 2. And our plan has been to play 2 boxes per night. I think we learned yesterday that there are some risks to trying to cram in 2 boxes. We expected this case to be a breeze and be quick. It hasn't been necessarily hard, but it has not gone quickly because there's a lot going on here and a lot of story. And I think I speak for most of us, we can check in with the chat, that this has been a very engaging story. And we'll talk about some of the downsides to trying to play 2 boxes in one night, but Anna has given us permission to not be strict about that. And so for tonight, I think the plan will be to do a very casual, maybe casual is not the right word, to do a real recap of what's going on. Maybe go through all of the documents from box 1 and 2, take our time, and play box 3, and then we'll decide whether to play the 4th box tonight or stretch these playthroughs out a little bit longer. So, assuming I am live and everyone can hear me, let's take a look. YouTube says 15 concurrent viewers, so we've lost about 25% from yesterday. That's about normal. By the time we get to the end, it'll just be the stragglers. But maybe some people are watching this after the fact. Last night's stream was 7 hours. It was a bit rough. We had a little, if you were going to plot the trajectory, we had mostly very smooth sailing fun. And then around hour 6 or so, I started getting a little testy, doing some deciphering of some encrypted financial logs. It finally got to me, but we recovered and we did end up solving the question posed to us in box 2. And I think, well, when we do our recap, we'll talk a little bit about the structure of this game in terms of the assignments and unlocked. It's clear that we could have progressed from box 1. We could have answered the questions quite early rather than go through everything and try to figure everything out. And so it may be that the pacing of the game starts to speed up, that it may be that the game expected us to be solving some of this stuff later on in the game. And so the box contents, what to solve, might get thinner. We'll see. So far, very engaging story, very well written, with lots of extra thematic stuff. I do think this game is asking to be played more slowly. All right, so we've got the main group here. Jamie was just saying that they went through and Jamie is a he or a she? It's a little hard. It's hard for me to keep track, but found something. Found something while trying to create a timeline, and has said that they're not going to reveal it because it would be a bit of a spoiler, but I'm hoping that we will discover it on our own soon. Jamie is a she. It feels to me like it's so fascinating to me. I mean, I'm fascinated by the demographics and that kind of stuff, but it's so fascinating to me, the breakdown of male and female in the board game space and in the mystery game space. Board game space, I've known a lot of women in board gaming. In fact, some of the most serious board gamers I know are women. But if you look at the demographics, it definitely skews male. But I think I'd like to see the demographics on these murder mystery games, because it feels to me like it skews female, which is fascinating to me. And anyway, so what our plan for today is to do a generous recap of boxes 1 and 2, go through the documents, talk about it. I have a couple of things I want to point out that I've been chewing on. It's a great sign when overnight your brain is still trying to work things out. And I think there are some interesting things to talk about. If you've thought of things, we can talk about those as well. I do want to, I did started writing some notes, a Google Doc of notes for this case. We've been told that this is an easier case. Jesus Christ. We've been told this is an easier case. And when we play an easier case, I tend to worry less about keeping notes, because I feel like, well, we'll make the game a little more difficult for ourselves by not keeping strict notes on everything. I do worry that some of the deciphering we've been doing, I haven't been keeping notes, and when we get back to it, we're not going to know. We're going to have to decipher it again, which will be a pain. But I have started keeping notes. Anything else to catch up on before we get started here? No one has. I'd love to hear when people join, if they just talk about their hobbies. Someone made a nice comment on last night's playthrough, just saying that they don't watch these live, but they do appreciate them afterwards. And it's always nice to see a comment like that. I think that, these videos are enjoyment for me. There's no work involved here. I really just appreciate being able to play these games with friends here. So it doesn't make the difference between doing these videos and not doing these videos, but it does make it more enjoyable to know that occasionally someone gets something out of them. All right. So before we start in on our recap, nothing anyone wants to talk about that they've been working on? No projects? I took my cat to the vet. I was going to say yesterday, but it was this afternoon, and then I went to sleep afterwards. And my cat is not used to the vet, and this is the second cat I had. The first cat I had for 18 years. And my first cat, they're both tabbies. They're both kind of similar. My first cat, you know, liked being held and understood the sort of hierarchy. You know, there's cat and then there's the human that takes care of the cat. So my first cat, Saffron, you know, she wouldn't even think about biting or scratching me. This cat is not 100% domesticated. It likes being pet, it's friendly, it likes hanging around. If two humans get in a room, it wants to be in there and listen to the conversation. But she doesn't love being held, and she's not 100% domesticated. If she gets, you know, angry, she'll bite. Not often, but, you know, usually it's a nip. Anyway, I took her to the vet. She was totally freaked out. And she put a real bite on me when I was trying to move her. And she punctured my hand. And the doctor was like, they were going to give her a blood workup. And he said, maybe we don't have to give her a blood workup today. So she didn't leave the best impression with the vet. He said, well, if she needs a blood workup, we'll give her a sedative ahead of time. So anyway, that's what it is living with the creature. All right, let's do a recap of today. And when we get to the new stuff, when we get to some of the new ideas I wanted to point out, we can talk about them. And when we get to them, if you've got some ideas to point out. And I think, well, let's go through it, and then I'll show you a couple other things. All right, so here was box 1, the first box we got. And let's just recap. We got a cufflink with some text on it. It says 1:. We've been looking as we see photos for anyone that might be wearing a cufflink. It's clearly a cufflink of the Cadence Theater. Maybe before I start going into evidence, I should just recap the basic facts here. We've got a theater that was famous and started in the 1930s, and we are now on a cold case in 2021. We've been hired because a body was found in the attic. It turns out to be the body of one of the stars from 1934 that went missing, Viola Vane, otherwise known as Mrs. Gaina. So we are trying to uncover what happened back in 1934, who killed her. And we've been hired by a descendant of who became the owners after 34. Julia Adler is our client in 2021, and her grandparents bought and owned the studio in the 30s. All right, back to our recap here. So, put these in some order. So there's the cufflink we still haven't resolved. We got a little brochure, not a brochure, a playbill from a play that was put on at the Cadence Theater called The Strange Duo. And we're introduced to our cast of characters. We've got director's notes from Ira Adler. That's the grandfather of our client, absolutely still a suspect. Then we've got the cast, Hector Roland, the leading man, Viola Vane, that's our victim. Melvin Kahan, we haven't met him. He doesn't seem to be involved. Either is Josephina, but Evelyn Kittredge, who's the understudy, does play a major role. She's the grandmother of our client and took over when Viola Vane disappeared. We've got a writer, Simone Nielsen. And then in the crew, we're not really, these people aren't involved. The only person in the crew that's involved and involved heavily is Joseph Sampson, the stage manager. And he's almost like a second director here. He's involved in everything. He's a black man not pictured here, but pictured in one of our photos. And we're told he is the most sensible person in the room. So here are our people. The leading man, Hector Roland, who we've figured out is gay, was engaged to Viola Vane. She was going to be the beard, a classic thing that happened back in the old days to make it look like he wasn't gay, so he could continue getting roles and not be stigmatized. They did eventually break up their engagement, but seemed to be on good terms. Melvin Kahan, we haven't met. Josephina, we haven't met. And there's our little harlot, Evelyn Kittredge, the understudy. I keep calling her harlot, but she's not really the harlot. She's the grandmother. Kittredge and Ira Adler, seems like they met on this production and fell in love and got married, etc. Okay, synopsis of the play. We haven't actually spent too much time reading this. Maybe we should. And here's one of our last players in our mystery, George Erickson, the producer and previous owner of the Cadence Theater. He eventually sold the theater to Ira Adler and wife-to-be Evelyn Kittredge, and they owned it for most of their lives. We got a little notebook, which is mostly just glossary for us and stuff that we used to solve ciphers. We've seen quite a few ciphers so far. We haven't made too much use of this glossary, but we might. All right, then we got our welcome letter from our detective agency, Michelle Gray, from Gray Investigations. Let's just take a look at this again. Here's our call to action. She tells us that she was friends of Julia Adler, and Julia Adler's in trouble, discovered this body. It's a very weird case. I hope you can help. And she set up an online portal for us to use. Now, here's the letter from Julia telling us in her own words what's gone on. She tells us about the history of the theater, how it's got some financial troubles now, just like it did in the 30s, how the board is on her back, but she needs to have this mystery solved. She tells us that Viola Vane disappeared on one night in the 1934, November 6th, never seen again, never heard from again, and now she's just discovered her body up in the attic in a trunk, curled up in a trunk. Police came and investigate, but the police aren't taking it that seriously because it's such a cold case, 80 years old. And then she's the one that we're corresponding with, and she sends us more evidence as it's discovered and some police and forensic evidence as we go. All right. Our first mission, our first assignment in the first box was to find the murder weapon. Here we get the police report of all the items up in the attic. The idea was that the murder weapon is probably up there, and we did solve this. We solved it by noting that this cane matched exactly the diameter of the wound on Viola Vane's head. I believe we think it's sort of left part of her cranium got bashed in with the top of this cane, and a little piece of jewel lodged in the broken bone fragments. I mean, she was hit hard. And we know who this cane originally belonged to. It originally belonged to Viola Vane's mother, Olga. However, we're told later in rehearsal notes that they took this cane away from her earlier in the day, and it was in Viola Vane's dressing room. So certainly not necessary that the mother was the murderer. Here was the detailed forensic report, full of details not only of the body found and the wound, but some prior injuries so all of her wounds are on left side hand, wrist damaged. Looks like a wristwatch was broken. maybe indicating time of death 5:57. We think probably 5:57 p.m., which matches the end of day when she disappeared. But you can see smashed in her head. Now look at this for a second. If indeed she was hit on the side, left side of her head, that would suggest someone either facing her right-handed, hitting her swinging this way, or I suppose someone from behind left-handed. The dressing room though, so if she was killed in a dressing room, it's hard to imagine someone behind her, but you never know. And then we've got old injuries that have healed up, maybe suggesting that the mother was hitting her, abusing her earlier, or someone else. We don't know. The forensic report also has tons of details on what was with her body at the time. It talks about why the body might have been preserved, dry, cold. That again suggests she was killed around the time she disappeared in November, and that there was other items in this trunk that may have absorbed blood and moisture from the body. And maybe it pays to look at these items again here. So she's wearing a coat. She's wearing a wool coat. She's got a dress, a girdle, satin brassiere, satin tap pants, rayon stockings, side button shoes. And there's her gold watch that has been broken. It looks expensive, sounds expensive. There's the time on the watch, 5:57. She's also got $63 in cash, so definitely not a robbery. She's got her actor's membership card. She's got a passport in her pocket. I think this is more significant than, I mean, we noted this at the time, but I think we need to take this more seriously. People do not walk around with their passports. If she was carrying a passport in her pocket when she was killed, it suggests to me she was planning on traveling, maybe even leaving the country. That's very unusual, and we don't have any hint of that so far, but I think we should, that's a clue. That's important for us. She's got cigarettes that are unopened and a cigarette lighter. Again, that might be relevant to travel. Like you bought a pack of cigarettes, you're leaving. Korzakant mentioned her letter said she wanted to get out of the city. Yes and no. That letter's from 1933. That's a year-old letter where she wants to get out of the city. Okay. We'll circle back to that because there is some confusion about the timelines of 1933 and 1934. Okay, and then she's clearly bled out in this trunk, and we're led to believe, based on the way the body is sitting in this trunk and the blood, that she was probably killed, hit on the head, and then packed into her trunk, and then the trunk put in the attic, and then never moved again. And that's consistent. We learned later on that the trunk normally was in her dressing room, and it was moved, missing. They thought she maybe traveled with it. Okay, and then I think there's no more details. Did I catch everything? Stainless steel lighter, a knife, nothing on it. Oh, a stainless steel key. And we found some interesting photo with keys. In fact, we should write that down so we don't forget that. We found a very interesting, tempting photo online. We don't want to forget that. 557 was the address of the theater. Certainly no. 557 was the address of a store in the photo, not the Cadence Theater. I don't think so, though. Okay, why do you see 557? Why is that relevant? I don't know. Okay, then this is the discussion of the wound. Upper left quadrant, we got the size of it, which matches the cane, and then we're told about the healed earlier wound. So someone had hurt her earlier. However, the report says, well, it's also possible she's just a stage actress doing things on stage. She might have gotten injuries that way. 5:57 is the time on the watch that stopped. Yes, that's a good point. The address of the theater is not 5:57. That was just a building nearby, I believe. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, a little summary here. Assailant appears to have dealt 2 powerful blows. One made contact with the left wrist, disturbing the watch, breaking the watch. The other one made contact with her skull. Now, should we entertain the possibility that someone is trying to trick us with time of death in case the body gets found? Probably not, because, boy, that would be really thinking ahead. If they were going to leave the body there, then I'd be more suspicious of someone faking time of death. The fact that they've hid it up in the attic sounds like they didn't really expect anyone to find it. But also, they haven't just broken this watch, right? It's that, let's see, they do have trauma. Yeah. So actually, her wrist is fractured and broken. So it's not like they just carefully broke the watch and stopped it and put it on her wrist. Her wrist is smashed up. So seems to me it's not that easy to fake that. All right, there was our autopsy report. All right, and then we just have 3 more documents, physical documents. The first one here is a note from Ruth Erickson, the wife of the producer, George Erickson. I call him the producer owner. And here she is in September 1934, writing to the director, saying he should fire Viola Vane. He should not hire her. And she says that Viola Vane is immoral. She sets a poor example. She doesn't want her child exposed to it. She acts as an ingenue, but she's really not respectable at all. I hope you'll make the right decision. And then she makes a little religious reference. And we've seen later on a little advice column that seems to be from someone that could match her. Now, this document is one of the things I wanted to point out that I've thought about. When we read this, we connected it to a couple other things, and it seemed to be consistent with the idea that she might suspect her husband George is having an affair with Viola. And that sort of was consistent with some of her other theories and inconsistent with a couple other things. But it struck me that there's another interpretation of this. You could imagine if Viola Vane is indeed having an affair with the black man, the stage manager, that might also cause this religious woman to consider her immoral and a poor example. So it could be that she knows about that she's referring to as Viola Vane pretending to be innocent, but she's really immoral. Or if another theory that the channel has put forward, that Viola Vane had gotten pregnant, possibly even pregnant with a black man's baby, and had to leave town for a few months to have the baby and get rid of it, that could be what she's talking about, not an affair with George. So I do think this letter actually points to her knowing something about Viola, but multiple interpretations. Our next piece of evidence here is a letter from Hector Roland, who was her fiancé. Now note that the letter is written on December 25th, which is almost 2 months after Viola has disappeared. He's writing to the director, Ira, and I think we should look at this because it gives us a little bit more timeline information. He says, "How are you and Evelyn holding up?" Ira and Adler and Evelyn Evelyn Kittredge, the understudy, have connected by then. And we hear about how You Can Leave It Right Here is a play that has failed and closed down. This is our answer to, remember we kept seeing acronym YCLIR, whatever. That's a shorthand for You Can Leave It Right Here. We'll see that in a minute. Okay, but this might help our timeline a little bit that we're trying to flesh out. By December 25th, 1934, this play has just closed down. And Hector has moved on. Or is moving on. People still suspect Hector of foul play with Viola. Viola's been missing for 2 months now. Here he is ruminating on Viola's disappearance. He's just like, why would she run away? I thought we were going to be companions. Now we know he was gay, but they were still going to have a life together. And all that. All right. So here he says, wherever she is, I hope she's got enough money. I hope she calls and comes back. I know you feel the same, even if things had gotten a bit strained between the two of you toward the end of Duo. That's the production that I guess predates You Can Leave It Right Here. I'd love to get a better date for when Strange Duo was. It looks like it was May. But is it May of 34? I'd like to get confirmation on that. We should be able to get confirmation on that from some of our newspaper articles. But anyway, it looks like they moved on from Strange Duo to You Can Leave It Right Here. All right, here's a little bit of clue. Even though things had gotten a bit strained between the two of you, I'm not sure we really were exposed to that in any of our evidence. And then we get an encrypted message from Hector. Now, what does that message say? It says something odd. It says, I'm including some money. Where did we write down what that says? This is where I talk about, this is what I'm talking about when I talk about the not taking good enough notes about the encrypted stuff. He says, I'm giving money for your responsibility. Okay, here it was. It was this document here. So let's properly make a note of this so we don't get lost here. He says, sending you the money enough to cover your responsibility. We don't know what that means. We do not understand why it's encrypted. We don't know why Hector is giving him money, and we don't know what his responsibility is. That's a mystery for us. We know he did buy the theater at some point, but we don't know why Hector is doing anything. We don't know why. What? We don't know. We don't know. Okay. Then the last piece of physical evidence from box one was this one. We've determined that this is a note about rehearsal. Well, a note written by the stage manager, Joseph Sampson. And let's take another look at this. He's got some to-do list here. We've got a transcript of this if we have trouble reading the cursive. But, okay, did mail lose Evelyn's makeup kit. Check rigging, check painting, blocking points for rehearsal, edit the something with Ira, the director, check the costumes, pull out more sandbags, counterweights. For home, milk, dry cleaning. Now, what does this say? So the reason it pays to go over this stuff again is we think that maybe Joseph Sampson might have connected up with our victim. And so you could imagine if he's got a wife at home, that would matter to us. What is this statement here for home? Milk, dry cleaning. Is he talking about his wife's Cosmopolitan? What does that say? Can anyone read that? We do have a transcript of it. If I go to our website, let's see if we can look at the transcripts. So rehearsal notes are here. For home, yeah, look at that. For home, he's got milk, dry cleaning, and Louise's Cosmopolitan. Does that suggest that he's happily married at home and wouldn't be sleeping with our girl, Viola Vane? That's an important little piece of clue. Back to our document here. So we know that this rehearsal is when she disappeared soon after it. And let's see what he's noted. Who's needed? Viola, Evelyn, Hector, Ira, George, and myself get there early to set up. He's keeping track of when Viola is forgetting her lines quite a bit. Run lines with her tomorrow. He says the stage left curtain not playing fast enough, or the stage right is too fast. And then he's got a little grid here, which is a cipher that he uses, that we think he uses to encrypt notes that he doesn't want others to see. All right. Adjust lighting, Evelyn's entrance, tighten blocking, and then here he's got a timeline of things that happened. All right, so is Ira favoring Evelyn? That's the understudy. And then he's written this encrypted message to, we think, himself. And what does that encrypted message say? I believe that's what we've got here. I think he's written here, George, 2 hands on, intense. I want to make sure that I didn't mistranslate this and it doesn't say too handsy. But okay, 2 hands on, intense. And then we think of this one says, doesn't make, it can't be that that one says in the way. This has got to be George, 2 hands on, intense. In the way. So what does this one say? This is what I worry about with the encryption. Does anyone remember from the records what this part of the message says? Or is this in the way? N-T-H-I-N-T-H-E-W-A-Y. Yeah, this can't be in the way. What is it then? Maybe this just altogether says George, 2 hands on, intense, in the way. I don't know. I need to get someone who remembers watching the stream who can tell me, or we'll have to go back to it. Okay, but I guess it would make sense if he's writing a note about George that he would encrypt it. So if George, the producer, found his notes, he wouldn't see him talking about it. Or he's writing to someone else. We don't know. Okay, here's his timeline about this rehearsal happening at 4 p.m., 5 p.m. He says that Ruth stops in. That's George's wife. Ruth stops in take 5. They took a 5-minute break. Okay. Then at 5 p.m., they get back to it. Spotlight dimming, extra lamps. Just general notes. Hector's excellent. He says, last play here, he's getting too big. Oh, Hector's getting too big. Can Hector get everyone back in line? More notes. And then he says, peace offering for Olga. Something bad idea. Ask Viola. Motion picture tickets. They're trying to think of what they could get Olga to calm her down. What does he say is a bad idea? Let me look up here for a second. Zubroka, bad idea. That might be some Romanian thing, because we know she's Romanian. The reason he's talking about Olga here is because Olga, Viola's mother, comes in at 5:13 angry. I don't think we know exactly why she's angry, but she's very angry at her daughter and threatens to hit her daughter. They take the cane away from her. And then he says maybe he makes a note that he should buy flowers for Viola to calm her down. Now, this is interesting. I don't think we paid attention to this before. He's made a note, flowers for Viola, and then it says here, George demanded dog roses. Once in Floral, 613 East 75th Street, something bigger later. Now, this is interesting because we do get, at the next box, the receipt. It's actually online for these flowers. But what's interesting here is how it's worded differently. We see this receipt. We might want to study it a little bit more because when we got it originally, it just looked like confirmation, and it did alibi Joseph Sampson. So Joseph Sampson goes to buy flowers for Viola. But we're told in a different document that George suggested what flowers Viola might like. It's odd that it's written here quite differently. George demanded dog roses. That's weird. Like, why is George demanding what flowers to get? I find that a little strange. This is the flower shop that our guy went to get the flowers. That gave him his alibi, Joseph Sampson. Then he says something bigger later, a little odd. Okay, Marco says, I'm not sure we took note of the encrypted this part. Well, we need to write it down. Anna says, George Sampson didn't know what flower shop was Viola's favorite. It suggests he didn't buy her flowers before, so I don't think he had the one having an affair with Viola. Okay, good point. Well, I was the one that pointed out that when George knew what flowers Viola got, that's what started us down the path of thinking maybe George and Viola were having an affair, which is still an active theory. It just is a little bit weird that George is here. His notes say that he demanded. And Marco said we might not have written down what this is. Well, we need to go back and annotate in our notes what this says. Because it could be important, but I will keep this with this. All right, so that's the end of the physical documents from box from the first episode. There are some other online documents, not too many, but let's take a look at them. So here's the picture of the body. I'm going to show that to you now. Prepare yourself mentally. And the most important thing, it's sort of decayed and gotten moldy and everything. That's a weird scene. But the thing that jumps out here to me is this fabric blanket. We're actually told, I think we might be told what that is, but take a look at that in case it comes up elsewhere. It also looks like there might be some rope or something there to me. Nothing else jumps out at me from that. Let me use this. And then we've got two articles here. Why is this not? Here was the breakup of their marriage, and that was February 25th, 1934. So if we're keeping a timeline, which we should do better at, let's write this down. February 25th, 1934 is our article about the breakup marriage. Any more details in here? This suggests, this is where I'm getting a little confused. All right, I think I understand where my timeline confusion is coming from. They met while performing on The Strange Duo. Lovebird's courtship began after The Strange Duo. So by February 1934, The Strange Duo is done. So I think part of the confusion is that we've got this playbill from The Strange Duo, and then we've got rehearsal notes. But they're not, the rehearsal notes are not for The Strange Duo. The rehearsal notes are for the new play. You can't take it with you, whatever the hell it is. That one. The rehearsal is from this new play in 1934. You can't leave it right here. You can leave it right here. So it's weird because we're given these in the same time, and it seemed like they were rehearsing for this, but they're not. It's just many of the same performers, Hector, Viola, and Kittredge, are also performing in this play. That is really confusing. But okay, I think that's what it is. So this is actually from 1933, I think it's going to turn out. And the play that's where they met. And then by 1934, now they've just gotten broken up in February 1934 from their marriage. Okay, that's tricky. I think that's right, but we'll have to come back to that. And then we find out later that we've concluded that Hector is gay. And then here is the advice column where we thought we're looking at possibly Ruth writing this note about someone cooped up, what should she do? And the advice is to drop in on your husband workplace, which is what Ruth did. This is February 25th, 1934. Remember, the rehearsal note is from November 6th, 1934. So it's certainly, and where is our note from Ruth? September. So this date, when Ruth leaves this note, does not line up with this date. But, well, there you have that. All right. And then we've also got the new article from 2021 or so about Viola Vane being found. And let's see if there's anything in here for us. Born Victoria Gaynor. So let's write that down, because this is the only time, or one of the only times, we've heard her first real name is Victoria. Viola is Victoria Gaynor. Okay, and here's confirmation that the rehearsals aren't for Strange Duo. It's for the next play, You Can Leave It Right Here, which stars almost all the same people. Okay, good. That's good confirmation. So the rehearsals are for You Can Leave It Right Here. I wouldn't mind making a note of that. Rehearsal for You Can Leave It Right Here. And the Cadence Theater then is actually, this performance is 1933. Okay. Let's hope that helps us keep track of things. All right. So it's a little bit of a history about when she disappeared. She was known for providing for her mother. There's the cane mentioned. Relationship with mother was rough. Controlling stage mother. Even attacked Vane and her crew during a rehearsal on the night of the disappearance. That checks in with our other notes here. Financial struggle at the theater after she disappeared, but then the director purchased it. And the understudy of Vane replaced the starlet, and the two went on to have a great career and got married. But not enough to save You Can Leave It Right Here. The Adler family keeps control, and then Julia Adler is the new owner. That's our client who just discovered the body. All right, so there's that. And then we've got a little article about a local bar that doesn't seem to be related to our case at all. There's our recap in its entirety of the first box. Is there anything else I've missed in the first box? I think it's made to point out that Viola leave the play for the same reason. Don't understand that. Okay. Now, we're going to talk about the second letter, but I guess I have to put on my to-do list that we still don't have a translation of that second line. And if no one finds that in the playthrough, we'll have to get it during the break. All right. Anything else before I stop? Before I move on from getting snippy into the next box recap? There is more from the first box. There's the website. Okay, so I guess we didn't recap this a little bit. Here's the website of the theater. If we look at the history, we get a nice video talking about the history of the theater. A very well produced history, and then a whole bunch of photos. And when we looked through the photos, we saw some interesting ones. So let's actually, why is this not want to connect? I mean, that is not good. Can't be out of batteries. There we go. Okay, it's just acting up. So a whole bunch of photos. Here is George and his wife, Ruth. And then we're going to see 2 extra photos, okay, that are important. Here's one. First day of rehearsals with Joe Samson. So here's Joe Samson, here's Viola Vane. 1932 was when the Strange Duo started rehearsal. 1932. All right. And here we have Joseph Samson, the stage manager, and there's Viola Vane, our victim. And there's presumably the Cadence Theater, if that's of any relevance to us. Sometimes it does not want to change this page. Okay, and then there's one more photo that seems very relevant to us. That's this one. Here's Ira Adler. And what we noticed here are these keys for the Cadence Theater. Each key is different. So it feels like if we find a key, remember, she's got a key on her person. In the trunk, the dead body has a key, but we are not shown what that key looks like. But if we were, we might be able to pinpoint what room it came from, but we don't know how the rooms are laid out. So that information is not useful to us yet, but boy, does that look relevant. And then, is there anything in the back here we care about? I mean, we didn't notice anything else in this photo of relevance to us. But those keys sure are suspicious. And then I think we are at the end here. There's the Grace Bar. There's various people, historical performances at that theater, and then we're back. Marco has been nice and went and checked the previous video and says the missing part of the Mess cipher says, let me write this here, in the way, and then that was the first part, and then the second part says, according to Marco, talk to Hector. Talk to Hector. So the question, I guess, is, to me, the question that raises is, it makes sense. This is all part of one thing. Like George too hands-on, intense, in the way. Talk to Hector. So it's a little weird that he's encrypted that part, but he does say later here, like, can Hector get everyone back in line? So maybe he's making a note to himself, like, talk to Hector, see if Hector can do something about George being too hands-on. It's just weird that he would encrypt that and then write down later here, can Hector get everyone online? Like, why would he? But maybe it's just this complete thought. George is too hands-on intense. Talk to Hector about it. Or he's writing something to someone else, but I think that makes sense. Okay, thank you, Marco. I really do appreciate that. And let me rehearsal for you. Right here. Okay. Anything else on this page before we finish our plan your visit? We noted that was where Perry got confused about the 557. Here's the note about the Grace Bar. The 557 came from just noticing that this building, the Scholastic building, was 557. Nothing to do with our case. And just more thematic pages on the web. Okay, DJ found the missing part. Thank you, not Marco, DJ. All right, we're an hour in and it's time to recap box 2. I think, look, lots of people don't like doing this kind of thing, but I find doing the recaps enhance the experience, so I'm not going to apologize for spending so much time doing the recaps. Okay, we got this beautiful handkerchief. Now, well, let's deal with that right now. I don't remember if we're told where the handkerchief is from. Let me look at the notes from Julia to see if she says. So here's our box 2 notes, a letter, intro. We figured out what the weapon was used, and she's replying to that. She's saying, I'm sending you a pin. So the pin that she sent is from 2021. It's not evidentiary value. It's just a fun little prop. I've already offered to send this to Anna, who we're playing this case on behalf of if she wants it. Okay, as impressive as your progress has been, it hasn't brought us any closer because we don't know who wielded the murder weapon. The board is on her back, telling her she's got to fix the finances, and this dead body is not helping. So she says, we got to solve this quickly. And then she starts saying, I hope you can prove my grandparents weren't involved, but maybe they were. She says, I found a lot more information I'm sending you. My father and my grandfather and grandmother kept lots of history so that you'll get to see that. Inherited all of George Erickson's papers, who keeps all these receipts and notes. But by the looks of it, George may have been doing some, shall we say, creative bookkeeping, and we found that. We can go into that. And she found the missing persons report, all that stuff. Police aren't doing a great job. She gives us our assignment for this box, which is to rule out one of the suspects, which we did. We ruled out Joseph Sampson, the stage director, who was alibied by buying flowers on his receipt. No mention of the handkerchief. It just got included for us. Unless I'm missing it somewhere. All right, now let me show you what I noticed. It's a very pretty handkerchief. But I noticed something about it. Like I went looking for blood. Like, is there blood or anything on it? Now, What do you notice? There's something about this handkerchief that we didn't notice when we first looked at it. Marco says viola flowers. Well, that's a good observation. I didn't even notice that. Are they violets or something? Possibly, but there's something else. There's something else. Looks like it's been folded in a particular way. Nope, that's not it. Jamie says, this has nothing to do with what I discovered, but I think it is mentioned in one of the old letters. Well, we should definitely find it. And there's a reason for that once you spot it. And it says, the viola, the color? Nope, that's not what I see. Keep looking. Letters, that's right. E and L. Well, it's not an L, it's a V. It's an E and a V. It's an E and a V. Now that is interesting. That is interesting. Now we'll want to confirm again where this handkerchief is from, but what is going on? Like, we do have George Erickson, but we also have Viola and Evelyn Kittredge. So yeah, it would be odd to have a first initial and a last initial for Viola George Erickson, but two first initials of Viola and Evelyn. Which brings us to some other parts of this first of our second box where we think a certain note might be between Viola and Evelyn. This seems to be perhaps more weight in that direction. Anna says, I think Evelyn did mention the handkerchief. Okay, well, we'll take a look at that in a little bit, but that's pretty serious. And that is a pretty, I mean, this just looked like a beautiful little prop, but to find initials on it. All right, let's keep going here. We read the introduction letter. Here's another letter from Hector. This is August 17th. So this is well into the staging of the strange duo. Prior to his previous letter, he's writing to Olga, the mother of Violet. And he said, sorry, I forgot we were going to meet. This is where we realize he's gay. He mentions Christopher Street, which is was a big homosexual area of Manhattan. And he says, we're going to go over wedding invitations on this day, August 17th, 1933. Now, this is sort of significant because we see a previous note where Viola is making plans to get together with someone on the date when Hector is supposed to talk about the reception. That could be this date she's talking about. Anyway, here's Hector talking about how he's looking forward to marrying Viola, and it sounds like it's an act. This is where we concluded he was gay, because it sounds like an act that he's looking forward to performing, settling down, keep the press's interest, and so on. All right, so that's that, and that's that. Now, we got this little article about Evelyn Kittredge and Ira Adler. They seem like they're in love. I mean, if we think that Kittredge is having a lesbian affair with our girl Viola, She seems pretty into, I mean, they got married, they had a happy life, they had kids, so I don't know. But maybe she was just good friends with her. We'll talk about that in a bit. Okay, so what is this article is about the two of them? Let's see if we can get any more dates here. She's the woman that replaced Viola Vane. This season's hit, The Strange Duo. So this is June 1934. Boy, these dates are a little bit confusing with 34, 33, and 34, but they're still talking about The Strange Duo in June 34. Later this year, they're going to start their new performance. But all right. It was announced last month the show's leading lady, Viola Vane, would be leaving the cast. So in June, they're discussing Viola leaving the cast. No, last month. Okay, March, April, May. So May, she's leaving the cast and it's being taken over by Kittredge. But this should be 33. Don't we think? That's really throwing me, these years and 2 plays. It feels like this should be 30. Feels like this should be 1933 they're talking about, but okay. And they're talking about Kittredge taking over, and she's going to become a star in her own right. And then the two of them are talking nice about each other. No mention here about the new play. You can leave that right here. Okay, Marco says something I don't understand. How is Broad? Okay, and then a whole article about Broadway being eclipsed by California films, and we get even a comment from George Erickson, who says the solution is the audience wants something big, talking about to compete with the pictures, we mean rallying all the glamour and spectacle we can manage. For now, Miss Kittredge's growing crowd of admirers will have to content themselves with seeing her on stage in The Strange Duo, which will continue in its engagement through the end of October. So I guess the idea is they started rehearsing for The Strange Duo in 1932, we're told. And it's continuing all the way from 32 to October 34. So if we add this, we think through October 1934. And then in October 1934, they start rehearsing for the follow-up, which is already in rehearsals by November 6th. So they go right up against each other. Strange Duo from 32 all the way to the October 34, and then by October 34, they're starting rehearsals of You Can Leave It Right There. That's a little tight, but with the same cast, basically. Okay. Then we get a long... Jamie says, theaters can't afford to go dark too long between shows. I mean, they did not print a Strange Duo brochure for 1934. They kept the 1933 booklet. They were the same persons, but Viola was replaced in May 1934. Okay, that makes sense. All right, then we got this very long missing persons report, and there's lots of stuff in here that's relevant for us. The mother reports she never came home. Mother came home at 10:45 the next morning. Where was she? She won't say. She's very uncooperative, but the daughter never came home. She wasn't sleeping in her bed, so she disappeared the night before. The mother doesn't say anything useful, but the mother says something that we think is important. When asked, she says, "I can't believe this is happening again." When asked to expand on that statement, she says, her daughter had only recently returned from an extended rest cure, during which the two women, the mother and the daughter, didn't speak for 4 months. So it sounds like if we're keeping our timeline, August, September, October, November, June, July. So July 1934. That was her rest cure for 4 months. July, August, September, October, something like that. And then she says something went wrong. Adamant insistence that her daughter had met with foul play. So that would sort of rule out the mother, right? Like if you were the person who killed her, you wouldn't be insisting there was foul play and that the police should investigate it. But she still won't cooperate, maybe because she was out drinking all night and can't reveal that information. Doorman confirms the mother didn't come home till 10:40 and 10:10 actually, and the daughter didn't come home. Then we get statements from all the people 2 days after she's disappeared. The producer says, George Erickson, the owner and producer, says they all recap that day and the rough rehearsal. He says the wife came with baby. Doesn't say what they talk about, but they took a break in the rehearsal for him to talk to his wife about trivial matters. The rehearsal resumed at 5, all consistent with our rehearsal notes. Then Olga Gaina, the mother of Viola, burst in and accosts the daughter with the stick, saying I couldn't understand what she was saying because it was Romanian, but she could tell she was angry. We don't know on our clue list. We might know what was Olga mad at Viola about. Olga said they reconciled in September, so 4 months started in May, probably. Okay, that's interesting because that's probably accounts for this. If she went on a 4-month rest cure in May, that makes sense. That's why she had to be replaced, perhaps. Okay, they don't know why the mother is mad, but the mother comes in swinging, and they had to take a break to the rehearsal. Viola goes back to her dressing room. Joseph Sampson expressed intention to go get flowers to cheer her up, I suppose, he said. For his part, he spent some time reviewing the theater's accounts. Later on, as he was preparing to close up, he observed Evelyn Kittredge leaving Miss Gaina's dressing room. She appeared to be in distress and left in quite a hurry. So he says as soon as she left the dressing room, she left the place. As far as he knew, Sampson had not returned, and he leaves at 6:15 and hasn't seen her since. So he's actually in the theater the whole time that we think Viola is getting murdered. And his alibi is just that he's been working on the books, reviewing the books. Evelyn Kittredge says that she repeats the same thing. The mother came in yelling at the daughter, doesn't know the reason. It was all in Romanian. After the mother was removed by the stagehand, the stage manager, Sampson, she goes and talks to Viola around 5:30 p.m. She brought her belongings, which had been left on stage, including her coat and purse and walking stick, and her mother's walking stick. So she brings her coat, she brings her purse, which are both found with her in the trunk, and the walking stick, the murder weapon, get brought into the dressing room. Viola was terribly overwrought, and she says, weeping, saying desperate things, whatever that means. She tried to calm her down, but she wouldn't listen to reason. Evelyn Kittredge said, I did get angry. I told her, you're acting as if the rest of us don't have problems too. Then she leaves after a quarter of an hour, so at 5:45, I've got a card here with these timelines here, because she had a dinner engagement. We think she might have been going out to dinner with Ira Adler, and they're having a budding romance, perhaps. But she says a few minutes later, she heard some raised voices from Viola's dressing room. She can't tell if they're male or female, but she was worried that she thought maybe the mother got back in and was yelling at her again. And then she goes to her dinner engagement, which she arrived late, a few minutes after 6 p.m., which would give her an alibi if we could confirm it. She had been worried about her for some time and feared she might do something foolish. So that we don't know what that's about. But she's worried about her state of mind. That might be worth investigating. Like, why is Evelyn worried about Viola's state of mind? And what does she expect her to do that's foolish? Okay, then Hector, who's the leading man, he basically recaps us again about the shouting, and Sampson pulled the mother away, threw her outside. Then he left to go at 5:30 early. And when he does, he sees the mother still outside trying to get in. Thinks she's drunk. He leaves at 6 p.m. That's it. He's out of the picture. Joseph Sampson, here's the person that was fully alibied by a receipt that we've cleared from being the murderer. He tells us again, the mother came in to make a scene drunk at 5:13. She nearly killed Viola in front of all of us. He was confident of the time because he made a note of it, and we can see it in his notes. They took away the cane. They moved her outside. He decides to buy flowers for Viola to improve her low spirits. Mr. Erickson recommended to him a florist shop. In his notes, he wrote demanded recommended, I guess he recommends a florist shop of which Miss Gaina is fond. That was our first clue that maybe George Erickson and Viola were having an affair. Like, why does he know what flower shop she likes? Anyway, he claimed he left no more than 10 minutes after the fight, so he goes to the flower shop. There's a mix-up. We initially didn't think there was anything significant about the mix-up, but I think we might want to revisit that. If you believe in the old mystery idea of writing mysteries that there's no such thing as a coincidence, maybe we should treat that mix-up as not a coincidence and see if we can figure out anything from it. Anyway, he comes back with the flowers late. He gets there at 6:30. Everyone's gone. When he goes into the room, it's empty. The dressing room's empty, and the trunk is gone. And he just assumes, well, she must have traveled. She must have left for quite a while with her trunk. Here's the director, again, repeats the same story. While the group was, oh, here's a big clue. Whoa, here's a huge clue. Okay, we just found a new big clue. What is it? This is why rereading this stuff pays off, and here's more credit to the writers of this. There is a big clue in this paragraph. What is it? So here's Ira Adler telling us what he did on the night of the rehearsal in the time when we think Viola was murdered, and give us his alibi, which we haven't been able to verify, but there's something really significant here. See if you can spot it. Let me read this whole thing while you're searching for it, so I don't have to do it afterwards. So he goes to make a phone call. He calls the hotel because he's trying to set up his dinner reservations. He was on the phone from 5 to 6:15 for an hour and 15 minutes, he says. It damn near felt like a lifetime. The police ask him, why didn't you just go back to rehearsal? He says, I'm not going to let this foolish thing ruin my future happiness, because I think he's setting up a dinner date with Evelyn Kittredge. So he wants to make sure everything goes right here. And he thought it was going to be a quick phone call. He had no idea it was going to take so long. He even missed the whole thing about Olga attacking her daughter. Someone told him later that evening. There's another clue right there. I think it's suggesting that Evelyn Kittredge told him later that evening. But he does hear something at 6 p.m., a sort of scuffle. I think this is a second clue that he got told about it by Evelyn Kittredge during dinner later that evening. I think he's talking about being told at dinner. I think that's a clue that he did meet with Evelyn, but not an important one, and not the clue I was pointing out. But does no one see what I see here, this clue? The whole channel is silent. I'm not sure why. I keep wondering if we're going to stumble on the clue that Jamie found. Maybe this isn't it. Dorian says, I don't see it, but suspect it's something with the name Gaina. Nope. Nope. I'll give you a hint since you're having a hard time finding what I'm thinking of. It's right. It's in this upper half, if that helps. Oh, it doesn't want to go in that upper half. Huh? About now. Anyone want to guess what I'm noticing? While you're thinking about it, let me make a little aside. Occasionally, when I can't sleep, I listen to the previous playthroughs to help me fall asleep. And one of the things that occurs to me is whether I shouldn't be describing things as if we were on the radio, so people who aren't watching, like if you're listening to it in the car or just listening to it, whether you could get a description of what's happening instead of me saying things like, look here, where if you're not watching on the screen, you won't know what I'm talking about. Okay, Coruscant figured it out. He's in Ericsson's office to make the phone call. Ericsson has told us that during this time, he's gone into his office to go through the records. That's Ericsson's alibi, what he did. And now we hear that, let's see, take a break. And then, he says, he spent his time reviewing the theater's accounts and preparing to close up. Okay, he says he was in reviewing the theater's accounts. And here is Adler saying he spent this entire time in Ericsson's office on the phone. I don't see how Ericsson is in there going over the financial accounts while this guy's at his desk on the phone. To me, that suggests that George Ericsson was not in his office going over the accounts. It's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee, but I find it very interesting, very telling little detail. So much so that I'm going to make a little note of it here. I'm going to put this on my clues. Do people think that that's not as significant as I do? What do you think, Coruscant? Am I overreacting by thinking that that's a significant clue that implicates George Ericsson? I think that does point to George Ericsson lying. Barry says, Ericsson could be the E on the handkerchief. Yes, he could. I thought about that, but then I do think there's something odd about having a first initial and a last name. I do think that's a little bit problematic. And I do think this is a little clue here about how he heard about it at dinner. All right, just wrapping up here. Adler hears the elevator running. He hears... All right, let's not go through this too quickly because this is telling us the key moment of her death. He hears someone having a fight from one of the dressing rooms, and then shortly afterwards, he hears the service elevator, quite loud, not ordinarily operated. So we think that's the trunk being brought up. Further interviews will be necessary, and then Ruth doesn't want to, was unavailable, whatever that means. Then they search the dressing room, and then they note the trunk is gone. No personal effect. Dorian says, I'm pretty sure someone could review financial records while someone's talking nearby. Yes, it's certainly possible. It just seems unlikely to me, but it's certainly possible. Okay. They reviewed the findings, and then they think, she just ran away. She had dissatisfaction with her career, anxiety about fame, trouble with mother. So she probably just went away, and she's going to come back. They mentioned the 4-month absence is not so unexpected. She's done this before. And that's it. Korzakant says, Erickson makes no mention of hearing the murder while Ira did hear it, while in Erickson's office and while on the phone. That's another good point. He didn't, and we're told that the elevator is very loud. So everyone should hear it. And yet Erickson, who is apparently in the same room as him, although he does say he's getting ready to close up, why does he not hear it? If these two are both there, this guy, if it's true that he is hanging out at that office, it is odd that he hasn't mentioned or heard anything about that. All right. Jamie found something on his own. Have we missed what you found yet, Jamie, or have we not gotten to it yet? Or maybe don't tell us till later. All right. We're going to hit 2 hours of recap here. It's clear. Jamie says, yes, I don't know what that means. I guess that means we missed it. Okay. So Jamie spotted something that we missed. I don't know if we should ask Jamie to tell us or not. Okay, let's take a look at this item because this is something we don't understand the significance of. A lockbox was delivered of medium size. We don't know exactly what that means. Sampson, the stage manager, has signed for it. We haven't seen this lockbox. We haven't found it in the attic. And it's going to be installed by Joseph Sampson. We think this is going to be hiding something. And on the back of this, he's written his encrypted note again. And the way we've translated it is, let me know if you need help hiding this from him. I think now we've got a slightly different take on this encrypted message. It's very confusing because it looks like the same handwriting, but I think whereas this could be interpreted as leaving a note for himself, this cannot. So it feels to me that these are messages to someone, either to Joseph Sampson or from Joseph Sampson. So it's that, is this Viola writing George is too hands-on intense? Talk to Hector. And is this Viola writing Joseph Sampson saying, let me know if you need help hiding this from him, or vice versa? Is this Joseph Sampson writing to Viola saying, let me know if you need help hiding this from him. Like, who is him? Who is him? And who is recipient of this note and sender? Like, we know one of them is Joseph Sampson, but is Joseph Sampson asking someone, let me know if you need help hiding this from him, or is someone asking Joseph Sampson if he needs help hiding it from him? Very weird. Okay. Now we've got two more pieces of physical evidence. The first one is the financial records of George Erickson. These big, giant financial records that go from October 5th to November 30th. Remember that Viola has gone missing on November 6th. There's money coming in and out. One of the things we noticed is that, let's see, so we think they're still putting on Strange Duo here. And then it stops somewhere in October. And probably we hear about an end run of the production, I think. Okay, so here they have by November 2nd, they're doing a preview for Anything Goes. Maybe that's what this line means. Everything here is going to be for, you can leave it right here. So here they are for the second play, you can leave it right here. And here they would still be doing, oh, well, here they are doing marketing for You Can Leave It Right Here. But I think they should still be putting on the Strange Duo, or maybe it's ended by October. All right, anyway, what we detected here is he's got some encrypted messages that he uses this music notation. And what we found them to say, which would be nice to have translated properly, is that we didn't take good notes. This is when we were getting a little tired. But essentially, what we found here is he's got a couple of entries where he's paying out Olga. I think this is the Olga one, but they may be here. Yeah, he's paying her like $40, $20. Maybe this OLGA. Maybe this is the Olga. This might be loans. But here he is taking a $3,000 loan from the bank at 30%. And then he's doing it again somewhere else, a big loan from the bank. We're told he's playing fast and loose with the account. I think we found that there were two big loans. I just see the big 3,000 one. And then in the margin, he's written notes to himself. Everything's going to be okay now that you're back. Now, I wonder if he's not talking about Viola. I think he is. And this was the other thing I wanted to point out. Is it that Viola is George's financial assurance? Like, now that Viola's back, the money's going to pick up again. And I was starting to think, has George confronted Viola on the night of her murder and Viola has said, I've got my passport, I'm gone, I'm done, I'm leaving. And as George said, you can't leave, you will destroy this production if you leave. Is that what it's about? Like, might it not be a love affair between George and Viola that's set this in motion? But could it be that George is absolutely dependent on Viola for the financial survival of his theater? And has he walked into her dressing room on November 6th and she told him, I've got my passport. I'm gone. I'm leaving right now. I'm leaving town. You're never going to see me again. And George has said, you're not going anywhere. This whole production has been built around you, and you're not leaving us high and dry. Is that what's happened? So I think he's saying Viola is back now. Thank God, everything's going to be okay. And then a month later, she's tried to walk out. The rest of his notes here are talking about bank loans and mortgage. They're in trouble. And October 31st is the duo rap party, is Jamie was saying. Anna says, that's a good theory, but if you kill your star, that won't save you. It's true, but maybe you get so angry that you kill her by accident, or you just strike out. But it's true. He's not going to save the production by killing his star. Okay, so it's more timeline confirming about the move from one play to another. Send a thank you. Christmas season, keeping everyone away, so the tickets have dropped. Cover for Olga. This part we don't really understand here. We know he's paying Olga some money, small amounts of money. I don't know what this means, cover for Olga. And I'm not sure how we translated this. Bank, something about the, I don't remember. Every other letter needs to get swapped. I probably translated that somewhere. Unfortunately, didn't translate it well. I don't know why he's loaning Olga money, or what this comment about cover for Olga is. It's a good lesson about when you decipher stuff. If you don't take good notes about it, you're just making more work for yourself. Okay, but other than that, nothing jumps out at us here as being all that significant. Then there's, oh, here's our notes about October finances. Everything's going to be all right now that you're back. Then there's notes about loans. Okay, and then his November 4th note is gifts. These are all gifts. MOLZY. That's $50 he spent in gifts. To who? We don't know. There's his $3,000 loan. And then here we've got another gifts of $30. Oh, and here's the other loan for $1,500. Okay. And then more, there's our loans, our gifts, buyers. Here he is talking about buyers for the theater. He's realizing he's going to go he's going to go bankrupt. He's trying to find a place to sell the theater to. Okay, so those were our financial notes. And confirmation about the ending of one play to another. Okay, lastly is this key last piece of physical evidence is this key document that is from Violet. And she's used some encryption for some words. Here she is signing it Violet. Who is it to? We don't know, but it says darling. And we know the date, November 24, 1933. November 24, 1933. Now, this date is important. It's in the middle of the Strange Duo run, and it's before all of this. It's a year before this. This is 1934, right? This is 1934. So she doesn't go missing for another year. Let's make sure we get that timeline right. So this is a year before she goes missing. A year before she goes missing. She says, I'm encrypting this. I'm taking precautions in case my mother finds this letter. Might be a few phrases that seem out of work. Okay, here we go. Look at the gift I embroidered you for guidance. Look at the gift I embroidered you for guidance. Uh-huh. Okay, that makes our life a little harder because that's the V turns to an E. So it may be that this doesn't have significance, that this V and the E doesn't. There's two possibilities here. She's saying, look at the look at this that I made for you, and it will tell you how to decrypt it. And then she tells other ways to decrypt it. When vanity becomes elegance, when the V turns into E, that's the encryption key she's using. But I think it also still suggests that it's Evelyn she's trying to talk to. But now that we see that, it's possible that that's just a red herring. That these two letters that have been chosen have nothing to do with the people. Have nothing to do with her name, the Violet and Evelyn, just has to do with two sample letters. But it's an odd choice of sample letters to show. She's basically saying, here's the shift. The V becomes in the E. It could have nothing to do with anyone's names. That's what we're trying to say. That there's a V and an E on here. Couldn't just be encryption key. But no, you could pick any two letters to shift. Seems significant that she picked V and E. And it's a bit of a weird thing to give someone to embroider something for someone. She obviously feels strongly about them. I suppose we should start looking for someone that might have this in their pocket too. Right? We've been looking for cufflinks. We should also be looking for this in someone's pocket. We still don't know where we get it. Okay. Then she says, the walls have ears. I don't want to ask you this. I don't feel secure asking you this in person. I was wondering if someone has said anything to you about me lately. Okay, so here this is Ruth. She's talking about Ruth being angry at her. But note, it's not the note from Ruth. It's not this note, which is all the way a year later. But she's mentioning Ruth being angry at her again. And Ruth wished I'd never been cast in this role. What do you mean? What are you mad about? I should be ashamed of myself. So by November 1933, I should be ashamed of myself. Now, when we read this, we thought, is she talking to George and asking him about his wife, Ruth? And one of the things that jumped out, though, is Violet seems genuinely confused why Ruth is angry at her. Violet tells the story. I asked her what she meant. She just said that I should be ashamed and stormed away. I genuinely have no idea what any of that was about. Have I done something to offend her? Is it the stress of her pregnancy? So this was back when Ruth and George were having a baby. Ruth is pregnant. Violet seems genuinely confused why Ruth would be mad at her. And I was saying that that does not seem like something you'd say to the man you're having an affair with. If you're having an affair with a man and his wife came and confronted you and said you should be ashamed of what you're doing, the first thing you would ask the husband is, does she know? Does she suspect? So this tells me that she's not having an affair with George. This is the worst time for me to have made an enemy. It's too much. She's all stressed out. The show, the press, and the wedding. I don't have time to breathe. And then she says, I can count on my hand the times I've not been hungry, stressed, miserable. So there's only been a few times the last few months I've not been miserable, and those have been when I've been with you. You've always been involved in, you've been the one bright shining spot of my life. She says, there's no sign of reprieve on the horizon. My mother has my life planned down to the wedding and the what I'm going to wear and what movie we're going to win in 38 with Hector. She says, it's selfish to complain about, I know. Can't stop thinking about what you said the other day about being able to step back and see the big picture. So this is another clue for us. Who says step back, see the big picture? Like if we see someone saying that, we should be suspicious that it might be the person she's writing to, since we don't know who that is. She says, I'm not happy with this path I'm on. I can't go on like this forever. Is it because that she loves this woman, Kittredge? Or is it some other reason? Okay, then she writes some statement encrypted, which I decoded. Let's see. This is her saying, all the good moments have been with you. Here she's saying, I need to get out of this city. So here she's saying back in November of 33, I need to get out of this city, but my contract and engagement prevent it. Thank you for being such a good confidant over the past few months. You've made me realize how good it can feel to... And then somehow I didn't write this down. No, here she's saying how good it can feel to make my own choices is what she said. I don't remember. Make a choice of my own every once in a while. And then she said, I've asked something. Oh, right. She's asked Hector to go over the rehearsal with his mother, with her mother at 6 o'clock tomorrow. And then she says, see you soon. We can, I think she says we can meet, but I don't know why I haven't translated that. We can meet in my dressing room while they're busy, is what she says. See you soon. So it feels like she's having a romantic relationship with this person that she's embroidered this handkerchief for. Maybe Kittredge, but it could just be a confidant. It could just be a confidant. Now, here she says tomorrow is when she's meeting. So this is a very important timeline, but it's really confusing again because this is in 1933. But she's saying 6 p.m. Viola tomorrow. So November 25, 1933, 6 p.m. meet confidant in her dressing room while Hector is meeting with the mother rehearsal. It's confusing because we've got this note from Hector about August 17th, missing a meeting with the mother to talk about invitations. It seems like it's the same thing, but it's not. That's August. This is November, so that's a separate thing. But if we find out who came in to meet Viola on November 25th at 6 p.m., we would know who her confidant / possible lover was. All right, let me check in with the chat. We should have reviewed the documents in chronological order. The timeline is a mess in my head. Could be that the cover for Olga is that they are hiding from her the lesbian relationship between Viola and Evelyn, but the mother finds out and made a scene. It's certainly possible. Well, we can't do them in chronological order because they all jump around, some of them. But yes, it is very hard to keep it all in, keep the timeline in place, which is why we should keep good notes of a timeline. So the last part of the recap for box 2 is any online components in box 2. So if we look here, we've got 2 components. One is just the board letter from 2021 saying we're selling the theater. But here was our more interesting one, and this is the one I suggested we re-look at with an eye towards there's never a coincidence. So this was the receipt that gave our alibi to Joseph Sampson. And remember that George Erickson is the one who told him to go here for these flowers. And he got 12 dog roses, which he knew that Viola liked this flower shop and these roses. The question is this just his alibi, or is there some clue in the fact that there was a mix-up? He says, sorry about the wait, pal. Glad we ended up having what you needed. It was good catching up. Next one's on the house. No sign about what a mix-up would be or what. Doesn't look like there's any clue here, but why was there a mix-up? We don't know. Discounted to 54 cents due to mix-up. Okay, and in addition to all this, that's our recap. But in addition to this, Jamie went through all of this evidence that we did and found something major that we have missed even in our comprehensive 2-hour recap. We have missed the critical thing that Jamie spotted. And the question that we should ask ourselves is, do we want Jamie to tell us what we've missed? Why don't I leave you to chew on that thought while we take our 8-minute break? When we come back, we're going to decide whether we're going to get, whether we want Jamie to tell us or whether a future box will point to it. Maybe we'll wait till we open box 3 and see if it points us to it. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Give some thoughts to that. And we'll start new content 2 hours in when we get back. We are back after doing a 2-hour recap. I want to mention a couple of things before we get started. First, Marco has a comment about the flowers. He says, I think Joseph had the wrong info about the preferred flowers, so the forest messed up the order. This was done to make take Joseph out of the theater for a while, allow the murderer to act. I'm not sure how you orchestrate a wrong flower information, but it is true that George Erickson insists that he goes to a flower shop that's far away. So that's an interesting idea. I'm not sure how you would know. That's some premeditation and planning to get one person out of there for an hour and a half while everyone else wasn't. That seems a little far-fetched. There's the receipt. I want to make a couple other comments about the nature of this game so far. It's not unheard of for us to spend an hour recapping. 2 hours recapping the first 2 boxes of a 6-box set is pretty extraordinary. And I want to remark on it because there's something very interesting about the structure of this story, of this case, that I find very satisfying, that's worth really putting a pin in and thinking about for design of these games. So the people who have played this game before us have told us it's an easy case. It's got a good story, but it's an easy case. And what's very interesting is that in the first 2 boxes, we were given an assignment that was easy. The assignment in the first case was find the murder weapon, which could be done by comparing the wound in the forensic exam to the items. And there was some subtlety about it, but essentially you could have just gone and found those 2 documents, compared them, and said, this is the murder weapon, and answered that question without understanding any of the details in all the other documents. And a similar thing could be done in box 2, although I think to be sure of it, you'd have to really go through more. But essentially, you could have answered the question fairly easily without having understood any of the other subtle details or even doing any of the deciphering. So I think there is some sense in which there's the deep, rich mysteries in these items, but they're not strictly needed to progress the case, to get the objective done. So you could say that the objectives and questions are easy, but the deep mysteries and relationships are much more subtle and difficult. And it may be that as we play, the game holds our hand in giving us the other information, so that if you just rushed through it, you would get an easy experience. But I think the way we're doing it, we're sort of maximizing the difficulty of the case, I think, or doing something, creating a different sort of experience by taking our time. And that's related to the comment I wanted to make about Jamie in our chat having seen something that we've missed now, even after our 2-hour recap. And when I try to solve puzzles, I don't want people throwing in solutions before I have a chance to chew on them. But I do feel like at this point, we're doing this as a group effort here. And I think maybe don't reveal it yet, but if box 3 comes and it doesn't reveal itself, I think we should be okay with Jamie telling us what he spotted. It's not like he read some spoiler solution somewhere. He just spotted something, and I think it's okay to reveal that during this episode if we don't see it. All right, and then lastly, there's a comment here from Corsica. The florist mentions catching up, so he knew Joseph. Why would the florist need to be recommended to him? That's a good point. That's not what I wanted to show. That's a good point. Feels a little bit like, maybe a little bit like a bug, like in the notes, it says that Erickson insisted on dog roses. So it's a little bit confusing. Like one place it seems to suggest that he insists on the shop. In another place he insists on dog roses. It's a good thing though. Good catching up. Why does Joseph Sampson know the florist at this shop that's very far away? That supposedly George Erickson recommended. Is Sampson lying? No. Sampson's note says George Erickson insisted on dogwood, but Erickson doesn't say that he. Does Erickson say he recommended this flower shop? I don't think so. Which is weird in and of itself. Let me just see what Erickson says about recommending the flower shop. He says Joseph Sampson said he was going to go buy flowers. He doesn't mention that he said what flowers to get her. In Joseph Sampson's statement, he says, Sampson says, he decided to purchase flowers. And he says, Erickson recommended the shop. But our receipt says that they know him at the shop. That's weird. That's very weird. But I can't tell if it's a bug. Like, we got 3 different statements. Erickson says nothing about the flowers, about making any recommendation. Sampson says that Erickson recommended a shop to go to. But at the shop, they seem to know Sampson, unless they think they're writing a note to Erickson. But no, it was good catching up. So they had an actual conversation. So how is he recommended a shop he doesn't know about, and yet he knows the guy? But notice the flowers he got was dog roses, because if we go to the separate note, if we go to the note that Sampson takes on his own, if we look at Sampson's notes, he says, flowers for Vi, George demanded dog roses at Once and Floral, and he gives him the address. Maybe the forest note is not for Joseph. I thought about that, but look at what it says. It was good catching up. Sorry about the wait. Confusing. George demanded dog roses and gives him the name of the shop, and yet here is the receipt. It does say pickup. Is this because we think that George has phoned it in ahead of time? But then, sorry about the wait, that doesn't make sense. It's so confusing. But even if he made a phone call and ordered it, let's say Erickson makes the phone call. It doesn't seem like he said. That's not what Sampson says. Sampson just says he told me where to go, and here he says he demanded dog roses. But then this note says, sorry about the wait. Glad we ended up. It was good catching up. So he's talking about someone he was talking to and had to wait. So it doesn't really make sense. I mean, this note is clearly to someone who had to wait. And that's what we're told, that when he got there, he had to wait because there was a mix-up. He says, let's read it again. Mr. Erickson recommended a florist shop, so he leaves. The trip took longer than he anticipated, slightly over an hour, due in part to a misunderstanding regarding his order. Sounds very suspicious, but I don't really understand it. Dog roses, something. Did he not order the right thing? 1 dozen dog roses. Glad we ended up having what you needed. Weird. Weird. Well, yeah, I don't know how to explain that, but it's something we can come back to. All right, shall we open a new box here? Let me see if I've covered all the notes that I wanted to write. Yes, I did. Okay, let's open our next box. 2.5 hours in. This might be the longest recap we've done. We've done some long recaps on this channel. This 2.5 hours, that's approaching our longest recap. So you're here for something historic. Okay, I guess that we don't need that because that's going to get introduced to us in the letter itself. Sounds like something physical in here. Whoa. Oh, I think we're going to get a chance to see the key, maybe? Okay. So not many physical items. There's our letter. There's the purse. All right, let's start with the letter. Pretty exciting. Split close up. Here we go. Hi there. You like the keychain I sent? I'm giving them to everyone who donates to my new Save the Cadence fund drive. Okay, so this is not something from 1934. This is 1921 little memento. A very heavy piece of metal. This is a serious item. I mean, it feels substantial. All right, that's a pretty cool little memento. So now we've got two little mementos here, a working key ring and a working pin. All right. I'm determined to make a competitive offer even if it kills me. I'm doing everything I can to get the funds together, including liquidating my savings and reaching out to my friends in the industry for support. I haven't raised much yet, but I'm not going to let the board go behind my back and sell this theater out from under me. I don't even want to consider the possibility. It's been hard to stay positive, though. I keep wondering what everything we've discovered means about my family's history. I used to think I knew everything there was to know about the cadence and about my family's relationship to it, but the longer this investigation goes on, the more I realize how little I really understood. Every trinket and scrap of paper I turn up makes me look at these people in a different light. Everyone seems to be hiding something. At least you were able to prove that Joe is innocent. Did I tell you he still worked at the cadence when my dad was a kid? Dad used to tell stories about how Mr. Sampson would hide little dime store toys around the theater for him and send him out on scavenger hunts. It was probably just a way to keep a rambunctious kid out from underfoot while the adults were working, but it makes me think I would have liked Joe if I'd had the chance to know him. I'm glad there's someone from that time whose word we can trust, because I was starting to feel like I couldn't rely on what I thought I knew about anyone. Which reminds me, I'm pretty sure now that Lloyd Andrews leaked the information about the murder weapon to the media, and then he blamed me for the bad press. The underhanded creep, I can't stand the thought of the board using anything you've discovered to their advantage, so I changed the password to my cases folder on the virtual desktop again to be safe. The virtual desktop's password is still Porter, but our case folder password is Arrow now. I added a few more scans for you there, in addition to everything I'm sending with this letter. Hopefully you can use what I'm sending to narrow down our suspects again. Despite everything else that's going on, it feels good to be making some progress. You've been doing a great job, and I know you're going to find another suspect to eliminate. When you figure out who's in the clear, send me a message through the email under the subject line assassins. In the body of your message, put the full name of the person you want to eliminate. So we're going to eliminate someone else today. And this whole thing about the password to the folder changing, this is just a clever way for it to know what stage we're at, but use the same basic website. It actually works pretty well and transparently. One thing we didn't look at here, which I'll show you before we finish playing this entire case, or when we finish, is that if you scan this, there's a separate section for each box that does a recap, but it's so thorough that I took a glance at it, but I'm afraid to use it as a recap because it may reveal something we've missed, like what Jamie discovered. So I'm sort of not doing that, but I want to point out how impressive this recap hints section is, and we can take a look at that when we finish. All right, so we've got not very many physical items today, actually. We've got a telegram, a note, a playbill, not a playbill, a poster. A George Erickson production, Viola Vane, starring in You Can Leave It Right Here. Music and lyrics by Lorenz Richards, directed by Ira Adler, presented at the Cadence Theater. How cool is this? Okay, it's a full-size thing with another cipher from Sampson, Joseph Sampson, presumably, or whoever's writing to Joseph Sampson. Let's see what have we got down here. It says, maybe Ira, has Vi really signed the contract on this thing? I thought she wasn't even thinking about her next role after Duo. getting ahead of himself again, right? What letter is this? In cursive? Is that a G? Is he saying George is getting ahead of himself again, right? So I guess this is Joseph Sampson writing to Ira on this note. And does that mean that those encrypted messages were between Joseph Sampson and Ira Adler? Does that make sense? That Sampson is always writing to Ira Adler. He's got this encrypted message here. Let's see if we can, when we decrypt this, whether he really is writing to Ira Adler. What's this? Oh, that's just showing where the stage is. Okay, so that's our poster. And then we've got telegram, a note that probably is from Viola again. And then pages, marked up pages from the script. All right, and then the purse. I'm curious for us to look at this first. So this is going to be the black purse found with the body, presumably, which was Viola Vane's. Let's see if there's anything in it. How cool would it be if there was $63 in here? All right, so nothing, feels like nothing's in the liner. It's not $63, but it's a ticket to leave town. I think she was going to leave town and George lost it because he thought he was going to lose his star and go bankrupt. All right, so this was, remember how I kept saying that passport in her pocket seems like it's a clue that she was leaving town? It looks like it right here. So she was going to get on a train. She already had her ticket. Where was she going? November 1934, Eastern Boundary Railroad Company. So here is the timetable. Where did they go? Okay, so Penn Station, you'd get on in New York City, 34th Street, not too far from the theater. And you could go to Connecticut, where Hector lived. Hector lived in Connecticut. Single ride, round trip, whatever. All right, well, you don't need your passport to go to Connecticut. But it goes some other places too. You could take it to Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Now, if she was planning on leaving right away, that would be a 6 p.m. train or later. So one of these three or one of these or one of these. Here would be our 6 p.m. Okay, well, let's see. What did she have a ticket for? New York and Syracuse line. November 6th. What do we have here? Is this like a, what? Expires. Is this something that lets you ride it multiple times? No, what's going on? November 6th. Call ahead to have something prepared, drop off gift for George, stop at Tamerville General Store, and then this looks encrypted. Drop off gift for George, stop at Tamerville General Store. What are we looking at here? Is this a time? Do we have it? Why are there multiple punches here? November 5, 15, 25, 28. What's going on here? I'm a little bit confused about this. Maybe this tells us a little bit more about this. From New York, between New York and Syracuse, let's just make sure we understand. Maybe we can identify. Syracuse is in New York. Okay, here, this is the train. She's on this. It doesn't mean she's going all the way to Syracuse, though. Tannersville gift shop. So there was her destination. It seems like she was going to get off in Pennsylvania, Tannersville, to go to the gift shop or stop off in the gift shop. You need identification. Okay, so she brought her passport not because she was leaving the country, but because that was her main identification. Jamie says, didn't Olga or Viola live in Syracuse? Did they? I don't remember. Maybe we're going to, if we don't get filled in on that, we can maybe try to find it. But okay. Now, we've also got a handwriting sample, presumably, of this, which we think is Viola. Does that seem to match her handwriting here? I'm not sure. This looks like encrypted. Call ahead to have, what does that say? Nursery. Call ahead to have nursery prepared. Call ahead to have nursery prepared. Drop off gift for George. Could she be saying the kid's name is George? Marco suggests maybe these punches don't have to do with the date of travel, but other stuff. I mean, the 6th is punched, which is when she was going to travel. But why are these other dates punched? Expires December 1st. But yeah, nursery prepared. I wonder if this isn't little George. And surely it's significant that Tannersville is one of the stops here in Tannersville, Pennsylvania. So I don't think she was going all the way to Syracuse. I think she was just going to Tannersville. But does this mean she's done these things? But it's November 6th. She hasn't left town yet. I don't know why she's got check marks on these. Maybe these are things she wants to do before her trip. Call ahead, have the nursery prepared. She's already dropped off the gift for George. I think that means it is our George. And she's given him a gift. I don't know what she's given him. And then she's headed home, headed to the baby, the nursery, where she went and had a baby. This is where her baby is, at Tannersville. Okay, now, seems like we should decode this. Maybe the baby is George's and he didn't even know he had the baby. All right, so let's leave that for last since it's heavily encrypted. Ruth Erickson, the wife of George, has sent a telegram. Tannersville, Pennsylvania. In the evening. What? George, safely arrived with baby J. Stop. Left gift on desk. Stop. Please wear with brown church suit. Stop. Call as soon as able. Stop. All my love, Ruth. This is Ruth's? Oh my God, it says Ruth Erickson. This is Ruth's, not our girl. This is George's wife's. Why does the purse in the trunk, which we're assuming this is, why does she have Ruth's ticket? And Ruth, on the night of the disappearance of our girl, has traveled to Tannersville and is cabling George, arrived safely with baby J. Stop, left gift on desk. That's the gift. Please wear with brown church suit, which is surely this. We already knew Ruth had a baby. Ruth has a little baby. Remember, that's when she was pregnant, when she first confronted Viola. What is going on? How strange. Remember, Ruth arrives at the rehearsal thing at 5 p.m., talks with George. That's when she gives him the gift. And then she disappears where she can't be found. She's got baby J. Ruth was pregnant when Viola was writing her confidant saying, I wonder if Ruth is upset because she was pregnant. And then Ruth turns up, then Ruth has a baby. Is it possible that it's Viola's baby? Like that Ruth lost her baby and they took in Viola's baby as their own? Is it possible that Ruth lost her baby and Viola had a baby and they've taken Viola's baby? And Viola wants her baby back. Is the J for Joseph? Is Joseph the name of the father of Julia? Let me just see this again. What's Viola's father? What's Julia's Adler's father's name? I don't know why. Why is okay?
Rich history and ambitious to steer the theater through its first 7 years. He was eventually forced to sell the building in 1930 during a production of The Strange Years Old. Their son, Julian, would eventually take up ownership of the theater in
Julian is the father of our client Julia. Okay, so why is the channel talking about Joseph? Where is the name Joseph coming from? All right, let's try to focus a little bit. So Ruth has baby J. We know Ruth was pregnant. We know she had baby. We also think that Viola has disappeared, possibly to go have a baby. The thing is, I don't know, we're making an extra leap now that baby J was Viola's, which somehow became the father of our client. Maybe we should stop jumping to super conclusions. That's a bridge too far. That doesn't seem to make sense. It's like a conspiracy wrapped in a conspiracy that we have no evidence for. Let's not try to make this baby the father of our client when they're totally unrelated people. But a reasonable conspiracy is that this is Viola's baby. That Ruth's baby is connected to Viola's baby. She could even have been faking her pregnancy for all we know, Ruth. Although not according to Viola. Viola talks about Ruth being pregnant. So it would be more likely that she lost the baby. All right, let's stop with the Julian. It's possible, but it's right now totally unconnected to any evidence we have. The idea of making Ira and Kitteridge's baby this same baby. That's 3 different parents for the same baby. Let's not go out of control. Let's calm down. But what's going on here? That's the question. What's going on here? All right. So we don't understand why there's so many numbers punched, except if she's taking multiple trips in November or October. Confusing. But we'll deal with that later. We still have this to decipher. Although, if that's encrypted, it's Ruth's encryption. So I'm not sure we know how to decrypt Ruth's encryption. Unless this is some key about it. That's confusing. All right. Let's try to get back on track here. Here we have 2 pages of marked up script, which is very marked up. Let's see if we can. Scene 1, page 4, page 1, page 2. Okay, so 4 pages. Let's go through it. Act 1, Scene 1 has been revised. Rehearsal for the updated script are to be held on February 25th. Marley's department store afternoon. Florinda Farley is humming to herself while flitting back and forth to arrange a series of ornate floral displays. Next to the floral counter, the jewelry counter sits unmanned while Florinda is occupied. So before we do this, they're talking about the strange duo, and we have a little synopsis here. Let's just scan through this to make sure. This story is about Florinda Farley at Marley's department store. Allergenic roses. It's a little bit of a tie-in to the buying of roses for Violet. That's why I thought we might want to look at this. Is in hot water. They sold actress Antonia allergenic roses that made her allergic. There's an argument. And then Maximilian Marley, I guess the owner of the store, is taking a nap. He wants to win back Antonia, so they all yell at Florinda. Florinda is the role played by our star woman. So Morris Marley, the father and real owner of Marley's, which might be a stand-in for Macy's, declares that his son must learn humility by switching lives with Florinda. And if he doesn't prove himself, he's going to make Florinda, the worker, the heir to the fortune. Act 2, Maximilian, the son of the rich store owner, takes a second job, and Florinda has swapped places with him at a charity auction. He admits he's gained new respect for her, and she puts a flower into his buttonhole. Antonia recognizes Florinda, attempts to confront her. The son intercedes, and the flower in his buttonhole causes another of Antonia's allergic reactions. She vows to ruin the store. As Antonia's fans boycott the store, Maximilian, the son, mourns the loss of his future. Florinda admits she will miss her life of luxury, showing Maximilian a ruby necklace she purchased at the charity auction. He recognizes the centerpiece as a rare gemstone Antonia has always desired. The duo trades the necklace to Antonia in exchange for her public endorsement, and Marley's is saved. Morris decrees that Maximilian and Florinda work best as a team, and he would like both of them to be his heirs. That's a weird story. All right, so let's see what we've got here. You, sales girl. Yes? Where's your manager? I came all the way down from Mount Sinai to give him an earful about you. You came from Egypt? It's very hot there this time of year. That's a little joke about Mount Sinai. I'm talking about the one on the Upper East Side. The one with all the sick people in it, Mount Sinai Hospital. Florinda says, oh, I see. Edging away from the assistant. Are you sick? Physically, I'm just peachy, but as of 3 hours ago, my job was on its deathbed, and it's all thanks to you. Me? Yeah, you. You know who I work for? Mount Sinai? I work for Antonia Aguilar. And then someone has written in the margin, is that a new watch? It's stunning. Or are they suggesting this is a new line to add? Is that a new watch? It's stunning. Oh my, the actress? I'm such a fan of her work. You don't think you could get me her autograph, do you? Thanks. It's my last 3 paychecks. Okay, so this is not a new line suggested. This is 2 people having a conversation while they're reviewing lines. And we could be hearing this. This could be Viola's writing. Why has she written weird letters here? Okay, and we don't know who's writing to her, although this looks like a woman's handwriting to me. She says, keep Louise, Vi. That doesn't seem responsible. Geez Louise. Okay, so this is definitely Viola. This person has said, is that a new watch? It's stunning. Viola says, thanks, it's my last 3 paychecks. This person says, geez Louise, V. Doesn't seem very responsible. And Viola says, Mother taught me that paper dolls aren't as reliable as gems. She left Romania with her jewelry sewn into the lining of her coat. You know, besides, a single gal's entitled to spoil herself a little. And then this comment says, good for you. There's no need to wait around for a man to give you gifts. Speaking of fellas, what do you think of blank? And they're using these little placeholders to be anything, aren't they? Like, they're not decodable. This is the word you. What do you? Y-O-U. I think they're just using this to X out letters to make it harder to read. Yeah, I don't think they're decodable. But what do you think of blank Ira? What do you think of Ira? I think this is Viola talking to Kittredge, her understudy. This is Viola talking to her understudy, Kittredge, who she's good friends with. And Kittredge fancies Ira. So Kittredge is asking Viola, hey, what do you think of Ira? He's kind of cute, huh? And then Viola says, hey, why do you ask? And here's Kittredge going to confess she likes him. Between you and me, I think she's saying, between you and me, we've been seeing each other for a little while. The something for me. He says you're the moon for me. He says he's over the moon for me. He says he's over the moon for me, but he wants to keep things in the something for now, in the dark for now. Apparently, he just got out of some fling. Plus, is working together and all. Okay, so here's Viola talking to her bestie, Kittredge. And Kittredge has just told her how she fancies Ira. As far as we know, there's no lesbian relationship going on. That's what we've just learned here. So here's Viola's response. She says, I hope he makes you happy. Listen, I'm not feeling too hot. I need to step out for a moment. Oh, all right. I'll cover for you. Oh, maybe she does. Uh-huh. Okay. So I think maybe Viola is upset about this news. Either because Viola likes Kittredge or Viola was having a fling with Ira, which is what Anna is suggesting perhaps. Was Viola the fling? Maybe it's Ira's baby. That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. This is so deep and subtle. So but are we all getting the same vibe that these two are friends? But when Kittredge tells Viola, I think this is Kittredge, when Kittredge tells Viola that she and Ira are in love, Viola suddenly doesn't feel well. Yeah, I think now the idea that the baby is our client's father feels much more likely. That what's happened here is that Viola had an affair with Ira and got pregnant. And now the baby is being raised by Ira and Kittredge. Do those dates work for us? We might be able to check Julian's age. Interestingly, Jamie says, I'm glad I waited. Maybe we circle back to Evelyn as the murderer. When Viola told her she had a baby from Ira, Evelyn lost it. Yes, I could imagine that. Now, I was just trying to think, does this make us think that the Darling letter was to Ira instead of to Kittredge? We don't really know. Okay, we have one more big physical document to go through. Do we need to go through the rest of these lines? Let me just quickly scan through these and see if there's anything in the lines here. You've got some nerve asking me that, a whole lot of nerve, in fact. Do you happen to remember selling me a bouquet of chrysanthemums? Let me think. It's very busy at the floral counter. Oh, yes, I remember you. So, you admit it. You knowingly sold me chrysanthemums when I specifically asked for Cleatus or whatever. Clementus. Miss Aguilar's terribly allergic to chrysanthemums. Deathly, in fact. Oh dear, that's why you've come from the hospital. You're here because your employer, my personal icon, is laid up in anaphylactic agony. That's right. Well, I feel just awful about that. So very, very awful. I really ought to send her flowers. That won't be necessary. A little comedy here. Arranging a bouquet. Oh, no, really, I insist. Perhaps I'm a bit old-fashioned, but I like to deliver all of my apologies in floral form. This is kind of a funny script here. Is this a real script, do we think? Did someone say old-fashioned? I'd absolutely kill for a cocktail right now, says the drunk son. Are you trying to get your hands on a stiff drink in the middle of the afternoon? How very cosmopolitan of you, Mr. Marley. Afternoon? Is that what time it is? Oh, it's a bit after 3. You're up early. Drat, I'd hoped to be out until 6 or 7. Does sunlight not agree with you, Count Dracula? That's my father's incessant nagging that doesn't agree with me. Maximilian, you'll be running the store today. Maximilian, you're almost 30. Maximilian, pay your taxes. It's completely unreasonable. Also, you need to stop calling me a vampire. Oh, you're right, Max. It's not a good comparison at all. While you may both be upper crust nocturnal bloodsuckers, Dracula doesn't share your affinity for mirrors whatsoever. Hey, what am I, chopped liver? Oh, this is the assistant. What am I, chopped liver? Could one of you knuckleheads listen to me? Maximilian witnesses whining at the noise. Chopped liver isn't nearly this loud. Say, do I know you from somewhere? You're utterly unbelievable. Where can I find the owner of this disgraceful establishment? Florinda says, he usually makes his rounds at 3:30. Well, then I'm going to wait right here until I see him. What are you? Too important to buy flowers from anyone whose name isn't on the front of the building? No, but my employer, Miss Antonia Aguilar, certainly is. Oh, I knew I recognized you. You're the assistant. You used to get me and Antonia reservations at the best places. How is she, by the way? She hasn't been returning my calls. Okay, a funny little script from the strange duo. All right, let me check in with the chat. Then we'll read this last note, which may blow this case wide open. All right, Jamie says, I'm so glad I waited, but I don't know if that means we've discovered what you discovered and that you could tell us or not, or that it would spoil something. I don't know. And it says, maybe we circle back to Evelyn as the murderer. Viola told her she had a baby from Ira. She lost it. When Evelyn told about when she left the theater, it seems fishy. Yes, okay, all of that is possible. Let us take a break, then we'll tackle this last note. We also have the encrypted ticket to figure out. And possibly this to figure out, though we're not sure what it corresponds to. I'll see you in 8 minutes.
I'll make it, I'll make it, I'll make it, I'll make it,
Okay, we're back, finishing up the physical items in box 3. We have what looks like a little bit of an encrypted message on our ticket here. And then we have a note that looks like it matches the other note from Viola. Handwriting looks the same, but it is 6 months later. The unfortunate part is it looks like it's using yet another code, and this one looks a little bit more annoying to decode, to be honest. It looks like it's got some lines written backwards. So let's read the plain text part of this before we do the work involved in reading cursive backwards text that needs to be deciphered. So this looks like maybe it's saying darling again. D-A-R. That's not enough letters, but all right. Backwards statement. When I agreed to, and now here she seems like she's going back to different code again. When I agreed to something, I didn't understand what I was saying yes to. Like when I agreed to give up the baby or get married, who knows? I didn't understand what I was saying yes to. I'm not referring to anything about you as a person when I say that. What I mean is that I'd never been Mr. Mellow before. I've never been, maybe that's encrypted. Something destroyed my interest in our arrangement. HEC2OR. I think she's saying Hector. I think this is to Hector saying she doesn't want to get married. What I mean is I never... Okay, so my interest in our arrangement. And so soon afterward, our arrangement destroyed that something. You never know how a certain someone has always referred to himself as not the something type. He insisted he couldn't let himself get to something because of it. I hoped that his feelings would change, but when they did, it wasn't in the way I wanted. It hurts so much to see him something. I can't blame either of them, though. It's my own fault for not doing this sooner. Certainly seems like she might be talking about Ira and Kittredge. The next time I want to come by it honestly, with no need to sneak around. I know that's a cruel thing to say to you of all people, but I'm not as strong as you, not in that way. You've never been anything but kind and considerate toward me, Hector. You deserve the world on a string. I think it's Hector saying, I hope someday we'll find ourselves dining at the Waldorf once again, this time something. We should speak more about this in person, but please know that nothing you can say will change my mind. You're destined for great things, Hector, I think. You don't need a something to see yourself, to sell yourself to the public. You don't need a fake wife, it's basically saying, a whole marriage or something, and neither do I. And then encrypted stuff, Viola. P.S. If I could ask one favor, and I know how presumptuous it is to ask any favor of you just now, it would be that we deliver this news to blank together, maybe mother. M goes to N, O goes to L, G goes to T, H-E-R. I think this is mother. She's always been good at something around you. Okay. So this is Viola talking to Hector, calling off the wedding and talking about how she's been hurt by probably Kittredge and Ira getting together. February 22nd, February 23rd, they announced they weren't getting married in the paper. Looks like Viola loved. Okay, I don't understand. Jamie is giving up his key thing, which is February 22nd, 23rd. They announced they weren't getting married in paper. I don't really understand that. Looks like Viola loved Ira, and it was hard to watch Ira falling for Evelyn. And I think she thought she wasn't a mother type when she gave up the baby. That's why Hector is sending money to Ira to take care of the baby. That makes sense. This letter is from February 22nd, says Jamie. Yes, okay. So we wrote down that the wedding was called off in February, end of February 1934, and here was the letter that precipitated that, I guess. All right, we still have to decrypt these parts to understand the details of this, but I think Anna is probably right. Hector is sending money to help them pay for the, I guess, I don't know why Hector would feel the need to send the money for the baby, unless it's Hector's baby. Or you think it's Hector's baby? That Hector and Viola had a baby even though he was gay? Otherwise, I don't know why Hector should be spending money for it, or if he's just trying to help out Viola. But okay, let's not go off the rails for the moment. I guess we have to. Well, Viola has asked him for help telling the mother, not for money. All right. I guess we're going to have to figure out how to decrypt this here. Let me go to the transcript of this so we don't. Okay. Channel's just talking too much. It's not that channel's talking too much. It's that there's channels talking on multiple threads at the same time with each other. It's impossible for me to follow. Okay, but first we have to unlock the folder for this box. So now the password is arrow. And when we put in this new password, we get our folders are back again, except now we have a new folder with new information. Okay, so before we read the new documents, let's look at our transcripts. Okay, here's our ticket. So there's our encrypted part of that ticket. Now, the problem is it's Ruth's ticket. So the only key that we think Ruth might be using is this one, but this is not Ruth's encryption. This is Joseph Sampson's encryption system, we think. So would she be using that? Well, let me do this now anyway, because it seems like we're going to need this. Oh, now we have to do decryption work, both with this and with Viola's letter. I'm going to start here. And I'm just feeling a little too much ideas flowing in from all different angles here in the chat. Let's try to keep it all together. And this is DC. Okay, so Y and Z are here. So A, B, C, D, E, F. So that's our key, and I'm just wondering, oh, this is our message here. Okay, so this has nothing to do with this. This is this message from Joseph Sampson. That is just a hard name to not have trigger. All right, let's decode this together. SC1 is Y. UR3 is O. UL3 is U. SL3 C. DC2 H. DR2 E. SL3 C. DL2 U. Check. UR3 is O. UR2 is N. SR1 is V. DC3 is I. U check on Vi. And then his second line is S, H, E, she, A, L, L is going to be all right, isn't it? R, I, G, H, T. Okay, so Sampson is writing to someone saying, you check on Vi, is she all right? Who is he writing to? I guess it's Ira. So now we have finally decided that Sampson's encrypted messages are always to Ira. And when he leaves his rehearsal notes, here he is telling Ira, hey, George is too hands-on and tense. He's in the way. And you talk to Hector. So that's nice resolution. This is sort of flavor message, but it's nice to know that I think this is Sampson's way of talking to Ira. Okay. Now, this message. Ruth, who's traveled, call ahead to the nursery, drop off gift for George, stop at Tannersville General Store, and then she's got a message here that is in some sort of code. And we can see in the transcription what the text says in case we can't read it. IGRR, IRG, let me just write it out here. IGRR, RGCX, ATIK. Question mark. If this is written by Ruth, we don't know how Ruth encrypts her messages. But if it's a substitution cipher of some sort, then we've got two words with a double letter here. I wouldn't be surprised if this is call. GHI, that's going to be call. Because the difference between I and G is 2 and A and C is 2. This is going to be call. Finding something, I'm guessing. Let's see what we've got here. So I claim that I is going to go to C. Okay, here's our Caesar cipher. Shift. I claim that I is going to go to, oops, that I goes to C, then G goes to A, R goes to L, R goes to L. That's absolutely what it is. Call L A W R A goes to E, T goes to N, I goes to C. Call Lawrence. Should she call Lawrence? What does that mean? Call Lawrence. Who is Lawrence? Who or what is Lawrence? Lawrence is no one involved in the duo. Is Lawrence a name we've heard before? So Ruth takes the baby. She goes to Tannersville and she's made a note to herself. Should she call Lawrence? On her to-do list. Should she call Lawrence? Maybe it's someone we're going to hear about later. Okay, let's not worry about it for now. We know how to decode it. That's the important thing. All right, now we have our work cut out for us here. Now, I think this is Hector, and I think it sure looks like some of these words are writing backwards. Am I wrong about that? Like, look, here's a question mark. And here, yeah, see, here we know it's backwards because here is her first letter from Viola, E-R-L-O-Z, and here it is here, E-R-L-O-Z. So I feel like Hunt a Killer has been right on point with these ciphers and letters in this set. But now they're like, oh, did you have fun decrypting this cipher? Let's just reverse half the letters backwards to make it more error prone, more work. I just don't think that's necessary. All right. So now we got to figure out All right, well, there's a capital here, so obviously it's backwards, but this punctuation is not backwards. Whereas here, this punctuation is backwards. I really dislike that kind of thing. You're just making more error-prone locations of failure for us. All right, but okay. So, are these some of the same names and people? I mean, she's using the same key. It's the same V and E, which is probably her writing to Kittredge again. So I guess it's our same V and E code. I wonder if we could just copy and paste that. Maybe we can go and do this copy and paste. Maybe we don't. If we look at the transcript for the letter here, okay, it's a little clearer now that it's backwards. Some of it. I wonder if we can just now, well, if we weren't on a mobile device, we would just select and copy this. But here is the world we live in with mobile devices, that I'm not allowed to copy this. Okay. I feel like I need sedatives for this channel sometimes, dealing with this mobile device. This is the world we're in now, where we're not allowed to, where people don't care. If you were using a desktop application, no one would put up with this stuff. I just can't select it. I can't copy it. I need to start using a laptop instead of a tablet for this stuff. This is just absurd. That's just a lot of text to put in. Okay. Why don't we... I don't want to have to read cursive, encrypted, backwards text. All right, let's just do it. All right, if this game wasn't so damn good, it would be more upsetting. All right, let's get our V to E code. I'd rather just put this into a Caesar Cipher online and copy and paste it. But this game is making it hard to do that for some reason. All right, well, let's see if we can't make do here. All right, so here's our code for Viola's cipher. V goes to E, left to right. And I zoom this in. God, at least I can do that. ILGX. ILGX is RUP. G, and then VS. Oh, fuck me. V goes to E, and then the S goes to B. So BEGPER. Oh yeah, BEGPER. All right, so I guess she's using a different key to go backwards. Maybe I've done this wrong. I've gone V to E instead of E to V. Not right. Not symmetric. Why am I just discovering now that it's not symmetric? Okay, let's try it this way. I, L, G, Z, C, X. Oh my God. Viola uses the at bash cipher. Have I forgotten that? I guess I had forgotten that. All right. Get it set up then. If we were better set up with a tablet, I could be doing this simultaneously. We're just typing it into an online thing. Let's try to do this without losing our fucking minds. Backwards and reversed. Okay. ILG. I have to read this upside down. ROT XVS is CEH. Hector. Okay, well, as expected, it says Hector. Okay, we just have to do this whole thing. There's just no way around it because it wants us to suffer. It wants us to suffer. Okay, but we just have to suffer. P apostrophe MZX. Okay. GVT. Yet can't me. It's just silly that we're not doing this with an online tool. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to go get my laptop out and try to avoid this evil hell. All right, we're back. I've got a laptop connected. I've had to save the message as PDF in order to select it. The chat light is blinking like crazy, which I guess means it's disconnecting from the chat. So I don't even know if I switch to chat, whether it'll show anything. I guess that's the latest message from the chat. And now I have to see if I can switch over to the laptop. All right, it kind of is switched over to the laptop. Although I can't see it very well, and the chat light is blinking. Let's see if we can make this work. Okay, so as is not totally unusual, selecting text in this PDF is not perfect. Let's see if we can do this here. This one makes me decode, and let's hope that the ads don't start popping up like crazy. Hector, we can't get married, Hector. I'm calling off the engagement. Okay. And then we agreed to why is this making me do it all manually? Why don't you just do it? When I agreed to marry you, I didn't understand what I was going for. Okay, we read all that. And then we have this. I have to come here. At least the ads aren't popping up. Love in falling in love. Okay, falling in love destroyed my interest in our arrangement. Ah, okay. So she fell in love with someone. Falling in love destroyed my interest in our arrangement, and soon afterwards, our arrangement destroyed that love. Our arrangement destroyed that love. That's interesting. You know how a certain someone is always referred to himself as not the blank type. This is, I guess, going to say marrying type. Not the, you know, a certain someone has always referred to himself as not the marrying type. He insisted he couldn't let himself get to something because of it. She's talking about, I guess, Ira. And now, but Ira has fallen in love with Kittredge instead. I guess this is not, he wouldn't get too serious because of it, something like that. Too invested in me. Yeah, okay. So she's having an affair with someone who won't get invested in her because he's not the marrying type. And then his feelings did change for Kittredge, Evelyn Kittredge. And now he doesn't want her. It hurts too much to see him. And this is, you know, getting together with Kittredge and falling in love. I can't blame either of them. Okay, here we go. This is with Evelyn. So this is the final pieces of our puzzle here, or maybe not the final pieces, but the key confirmation of our theories. Moving on to a girl he can actually spend his life with. Hurts so much to see him moving on to a girl he can actually spend his life with. I can't blame either of them, though. It's my own fault for not doing this sooner. So the fact that she was arranging to a false marriage maybe stopped Ira from falling in love with her, so she thinks. Okay, the next time I find love, I want to come by it honestly with no need to sneak around, she says. I know that's a cruel thing to say to you of all people, but I'm not as strong as you. You've never been anything but considerate. Hector, you deserve the world on a string. I hope someday we'll find ourselves dining at the Waldorf once again, this time. And she's probably saying with the person with someone that I'm going to be in love with. With our true loves or something. This time with arm in arm with our respective lovers. We should speak more about this in person, but know that nothing you can say will change my mind. You're destined for great things, Hector. You don't need a something to sell yourself to the public. Let's translate that. We know what the gist of it is. But let's do her the honor of translating her full poetic message here. Romance false. I don't know why you don't need a false romance to sell yourself to the public, neither do I. And then her closing message here, which the PDF doesn't want me to select. Okay, we're going to trick it. Oh, at least there's not ads popping up on this page. If there was, I wouldn't survive it. I hope that I am live. No one is saying anything, and it's all weird, so just going to assume that you guys are all just off doing something or in silence, whatever. Okay, so here she says, your occasional scene partner and eternal friend. File. And then she says, if I could ask one favor, and I know how presumptuous it is to ask any favors of you just now, it would be that we deliver the news to Mother together. She's always been good at, this is going to be keeping her temper around you. But we'll translate it just to be sure. Okay, channel says that I am live. I'm not just talking to myself. That's good. Okay, she was always good at keeping her temper in check around you. Okay, so we had already figured out the gist of this message. Now we've got confirmation of the details of it. The laptop made it possible to do it without losing my mind. Now we just need to have it switch back to tablet and put this away out of view. We can fix the tablet in a moment. Okay, deep breath. Let's have some coffee. Let's relax. So, big pieces of the puzzle have been figured out. We know now that Viola was in love with Ira Adler. And she considered Kittredge her good friend. And she was setting up a fake marriage with Hector, the gay leading man. She falls for Ira, and then her best friend, Bestie, comes to her and says, keep this on the lowdown, but Ira and Adler and I are in love with each other. When Viola says that Ira never wanted to commit to her and never wanted to get married, so it's broken Viola's heart. But that doesn't tell us who murdered her, and it doesn't give us the details of the baby situation yet. And it doesn't explain this very cool angle where Ruth has disappeared with the baby, calling ahead to Tannersville, Pennsylvania. And Ruth says that she has given George this gift. And then her to-do list says that she should call ahead to have the nursery prepared, drop off a gift for George, which we think is this, stop at Tannersville General Store, and then call Lawrence. We don't know what any of that is about, but we suspect there's something going on with the baby of her baby or Viola's baby that we think she may have left town to deliver. So maybe she's got Ira's baby. Maybe Viola got pregnant by Ira and left town to have the baby. Maybe it's in Tannersville. However, this is Ruth arriving with the baby. Her baby, we know she was pregnant. So is she caring for the for her own baby? Is her baby Viola's baby? It's a little weird. And then the channel was thinking that this is going to turn out to be our client's father, whose name is Julian. How that could happen, it's not clear. I mean, Ruth was pregnant. How is this her baby? It's all weird still. All right. So we haven't finished. Hold on. Oh, Jamie is waiting to tell us what he discovered. Okay, before doing that, though, we're going to have to plug back in our tablet. Let's see if we can get it to reconnect. Okay, good. Thankfully, my system for switching tablets, I'm going to have that tablet on hand more often so to deal with the situation. All right, but in addition to the transcripts, there are two more pieces of evidence that are only being given to us electronically. An Olga letter and an old article. So let's look at Olga's letter. Mr. Adler, I must tell you about my Victoria, which is Viola, and I must do it in a way you will sit and listen carefully. I must do it in a way where you will sit and listen carefully, because you should be clear of mind for all the things I have to say. I see the looks you are giving my daughter, even when she is beside Hector, and I know because of those looks that you will listen if I say it's important. If I say it is important, and I say it is about Victoria. Victoria worked very hard to get to where she is, but she still has proven to me that she needs me. Not anyone else, not Hector, not you, to take care of her life. I worked hard too, and Victoria is thinking of throwing all of that work away. My Joseph and I escaped Romania. Joseph, there we go. My Joseph and I escaped Romania, and after he died, God rest his soul, I raised Victoria myself. I gave her a second life when she must not have, where she would not have to run away like I ran away. I worked in places other people looked down their nose at. Also, I could keep my Victoria fed and clothed. Now we have a good life. A life where I no longer have to work in bathroom butcher shops or scrub floors. What I do is for my daughter and her career on the stage now, and so I do not think of it so much as work. Victoria does not have to worry about where she might find food or shelter or clothing because everyone knows her face now. And yet I sense she longs for something else. We go to parties and Victoria can afford to buy us nice things we never even dreamed of back home, and yet she longs for something else. Without this, we will be forced to go back to what we had before, which was nothing. You and I do not like each other, but I know we both want what is best for my daughter, that she not throw away all she has now, her fame, her money, her marriage. We have all helped Victoria get to where she is, and we cannot throw away all that hard work. Perhaps, though, it pains me to say it, she will listen more to you than she will to me. You cannot let her give up all that she has gained. December 20, 1933. So I guess she's talking about her daughter giving up acting and becoming a mother, maybe. Right? This is some months before she disappears. She disappears in May 1934. So we think perhaps she's talking, I guess the mother is talking about Viola wanting to leave acting and go have a baby, yeah? And then here's an article. Prepares to disrupt Eastern Boundary Railroad schedule. A spokesman for Eastern Boundary Railroad companies announced that 3 outward-bound train lines on the company's Northeast Regional Rail System are scheduled to undergo winter maintenance throughout the week and will be closed periodically. According to the spokesman, the anticipated disruptions are as follows. The Blue Line to New Haven will cease operation between its New Rochelle and Norwalk stations from 10 a.m. to 12 on Monday, from 4 to 6 on Wednesday. Blue Line passengers boarding from New Canaan, Norfolk, Fairfield should expect delays. This is all about the ticket. And where are our ticket information? I'm not sure why that should be so relevant. We think this is about the red line is the one that the ticket is for. The red line to Syracuse expects no delays throughout the week, but will cease operation out of Penn Station from 5:30 p.m. onward on Tuesday and Thursday. Travelers taking the red line should leave extra time. Green line, spokesman noted any further updates. I don't know why that's relevant for us. Maybe we can figure that out later. Tired of being lonely, get rid of halitosis. Sunday, November 4th, the Scandalous 7. Okay, so this is telling us that November the 4th was a Sunday, so the disappearance day is a Tuesday. November 6th was a Tuesday. And on Tuesday, you should expect that this red line is not running. The red line will cease operation at 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday. Travelers taking the red line should leave extra time to catch a train from Syracuse on these days. What? Why is this relevant? This seems to be suggesting that if Ruth wanted to get on this train, it's not running on Tuesday. Boy, I don't see why that's relevant, but all right. Monday, culinary clamor erupted in Queen's Bakery. Tuesday, famed homemaker and cookbook author in the West Village. Wednesday, professional golfer. Thursday, sister fight took place. Museum of Art. Friday, Lawrence Kelly. Okay, let's look at this. Friday, an award-winning redhead was seen practically leaping for joy as she exited the office of well-known and very well-paid Park Avenue divorce lawyer Lawrence Kelly. Has she been able to successfully argue that her film star husband is guilty? Okay, now it sounds like Ruth is just trying to get a divorce. But here she is saying, all my love. What on earth? What on earth? Saturday, a certain dashing thespian was spotted stumbling around drunk as a skunk with a number of handsome chums at Greenwich Village watering hole, known for its bohemian patronage. Perhaps this was the reason for his much talked about breakup earlier this year. His shrinking violet of a former fiancée couldn't stand him staying out past her bedtime. So that sounds like it's about Hector. A serious conversation between 5 members of an internationally organized musical group, whatever. But, okay, so if Lawrence is a divorce lawyer, and here's Ruth making plans, call ahead to have the nursery prepared, drop off gift for George, stop at the general store, call Lawrence, who could be this divorce lawyer. Here she is in Tannersville at 9:51 p.m. If we look at this, Tannersville, to get there, 9:51, she would have had to get on the 6:20 or the 5:20, 6:20 or earlier train. That's fine. She left early. She leaves early enough to get on the 5:20 train. Is she getting a divorce from George? But she's sending him a message that says, all my love, everything's great. And I've got this additional bizarre connection telling us the train doesn't run on Tuesdays. Oh, from 5:30 on. Okay, I guess this is her alibi. Okay, all right, I see. From 5:30 on. So she's already in Tannerville. Okay, fine. All right, from 5:30 on. It's just telling us that, it's telling us redundantly. I mean, here she is writing at 9:50, so she obviously got there before she obviously got on the 5:20 train. So I don't know why we also had to know that the train stopped running at 5:30, but okay. Okay. So this is our proof that Ruth has an alibi. So I guess this is our way to fully alibi Ruth, which is our assignment for this letter. So we can alibi Ruth for sure. But in addition to alibying her, which is our assignment, we've got this confusing thing. Like, why is she here? Why is she taking the baby? And why is she calling a divorce lawyer? Even though she's talking about all her love. If we're right that she is calling the divorce lawyer. All right. Oh boy, I feel like a little bit of stress here. But so we don't fully understand everything that's happening here, but it all is coming into place at this halfway mark. All right, now, does Jamie want to tell us what he spotted in box 2 that he's been keeping a secret so as not to spoil anything for us? Because now that we haven't seen it in box 3, it seems like there's no point to keep it a secret the whole time if you've just noticed something that was noticeable by us. Watch the Cadence video and look at the dates, says Jamie. Okay. The Cadence history video. I guess we're going to hear a little bit about the father Julian, perhaps, or something. All right, let's go ahead and do that. We'll watch the history again. The other thing before we do that don't want to forget to work out and not forget is the bizarre additional element of the ticket. So this is a much deeper case than I was led to believe. But here's the point I want to make before we watch this video. We've got this ticket from Ruth's ticket, and so we know what train she got on to go to Tannersville with the baby and all that, and called the divorce lawyer. So we've got that, and this ticket, this train schedule. So there's some mysteries here we don't understand, but there's a higher level meta mystery, which is this was found in this purse, which we haven't been told where this is from, but we're led to believe that this is the purse found in the trunk of the body, right? Well, actually, this says in a black leather purse in relatively good condition. So this is not a leather purse. So maybe this wasn't found in the trunk with the body. Why are we not told where this is from? I guess maybe this is just at the office. Maybe this is just stuff at the theater that was discovered. Is it just me, or is this game one of the rare flaws here that it's not telling us where these items come from? Or am I just skimming over it? Every trinket and scrap. Like, I really wish it wouldn't just send us this and be like, here. Shouldn't it be telling us? Shouldn't someone be telling us, hey, I'm sending you a purse? Or at least it doesn't seem like it's Viola's purse. But I sure would appreciate if this woman, Julia, who's sending this stuff to us, would include in her letter what she's sending us. Doesn't seem like it's appropriate for her just to dump stuff in here without telling us where she found it. Hey, I'm sending you this keychain that has nothing to do with the case. But she's not telling us about other stuff she's sending us. Am I wrong? All right, let's watch this video and see if we can spot what Jamie spotted. Let's do it this way. No, this way. All right. Let's see if I can hear it with you.
1968 himself. And
here we go.
Hello, I'm Julia Adler, owner and managing director of the Cadence Theater, one of the oldest and most illustrious stages in New York City. I'm happy to have the chance to share some of the Cadence's rich history and ambitious artistic vision with you. Perhaps by the end, you'll come to treasure this place as much as I do. The Cadence was opened in 1928 by an enterprising man named George Erickson and his wife, Ruth. Just 1 year later, the Great Depression would devastate the industry. While George Erickson was able to steer the theater through its first 7 years, he was eventually forced to sell the building in 1935. Thankfully, 2 of his former employees were able to step in and save the Cadence from falling into obscurity. Those employees just so happened to be my grandparents. Evelyn Kittredge met Ira Adler in this very building during a production of The Strange Duo. Neither had a clue at the time that they would soon marry and dedicate their lives to the Cadence. Their son, Julian, would eventually take up ownership of the theater in 1968 himself, and would remain at the helm until his death in 2011 at 77 years old. Ownership was then passed on to me, and has remained more or less in my hands ever since. Throughout the years, the Cadence has served as a stage theater, a movie theater, and a concert venue. Sometime in the 90s, it finally settled into hosting a little bit of everything. Thanks to this variety in programming, we've accumulated an invaluable archive of costumes, props, and historical documents.
So did it give us his age? Maybe it did.
Their son, Julian, would eventually take up ownership of the theater in 1968 himself, and would remain at the helm until his death in 2011 at 77 years old.
Boy, that's clever.
Ownership was then
Boy, is that a clever,
to me,
sneaky
and
thing.
has remained
Okay.
more or less in my hand.
That's pretty clever. And wow, good for Jamie to pick that up. So he died in 2011 at 77. So 2000 minus 66 is 1934. Boy, that's clever. That is subtle. Okay, so the point is that Julian, our client's father, was indeed born in 1934. He is going to be the baby of Viola. And Evelyn was on stage the whole year. That's clever. But Viola was the person who took 4 months off. So, very well spotted, Jamie. So Julian was Ira's son, but not Evelyn. I think that's going to be right. It still doesn't tell us who killed Viola, though. And it doesn't tell us whether Ruth's baby is Viola's baby, which would be a little bit of a bridge too far, but it is interesting. Very interesting. So we think Julian, our client Julia's father, is going to be Viola's baby. Not Evelyn Kittredge, but Ira's. Ira and Viola had a baby. She got pregnant. She had the baby, and she gave it up. Someone's caring for it. But it sounds like maybe, even if we find out Evelyn was the culprit, it wasn't Julia's grandmother. That's an interesting point. That is a very interesting point. But isn't it also possible that yes, that sounds a bit right, that Viola has changed her mind? The thing is, here's the problem with this theory a little bit. No one's, at the time, they're not pretending it's Kittredge's baby. We think they might be pretending it's Ruth's baby. So I don't think Kittredge has a good motive. Right? But maybe Ruth and George do. Do you see what I mean? At the time when Viola is threatening to leave and changing her mind about the baby or something, she holds no cards against Kittredge. She holds a few cards against Ira, but she doesn't really hold cards against Kittredge. Imagine the conversation. She says to Kittredge, I've got an illegitimate baby that I had with Ira, and I'm going to tell everyone. Well, Kittredge would probably be like furious at Ira, not at Viola. And Kittredge has nothing really to lose. She hasn't pretended to have this baby. She's not married to Ira yet. She has nothing to lose. The person who's got something to lose would be Ira, who, because Ira remembers on the phone, desperate to get the reservation because he doesn't want to lose out on, he's hot for Kittredge. So if Viola goes to Ira and say, I have to come clean and tell everyone that you and I have a baby, then Ira might be like, no, you can't, because you're going to ruin the love of, you're going to destroy my relationship with this girl I love, Kittredge. Or there's something going on with Ruth pretending to be the parent of the baby. Anna says, I don't think they're pretending anything. They just gave away the baby. My theory was Evelyn didn't know about the baby before, but it's too early to tell who's the killer. My point stands that it seems more likely to me that Kittredge has no motive here. It feels like Kittredge has agreed to raise baby Julian as their own some years later. Like maybe 2 years down the road, they discover that Ira has a baby, and Kittredge and Ira are in love and agree to raise the baby together. So it feels to me like they probably only discovered baby Julian later down the road. So the real question is, who would have the motive? And if it's not Ira, then I'm thinking something's going on with Ruth and George. To me, it's George they've somehow got, the baby has gotten replaced with Ruth's baby. Like Ruth had a miscarriage, they've taken on baby Julian as their own, and Ruth is pretending that it's her baby. And I think maybe what happened is that Viola told George she wants the baby back, and she's going to tell everyone, and George and Ruth have decided George has killed her. And then eventually Kittredge and Ira take over the baby when something goes wrong with Ruth. Okay, very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. There's still more for us to figure out, but the picture is becoming clearer, fuller, rounder story. All right, so look at this heavy thing. I guess it's time to answer the question. Let's go answer the question that we were posed. So, all right, we go to our website. That view worked well, actually. I got to remember to use that view in the future when we're watching a video. All right, so we want to go back to our virtual desktop, and we want to send an email, and it's already got the subject filled in, and now we're going to give the name of the full name of the person that we think is proven innocent. We're clearing another suspect who we think is Ruth Erickson, George Erickson's wife. Any disagreement about this? From the chat. The thing I wonder about is the Dear Abby article in 1934, before Julian is born. They raised the baby later. That could mean Ira wanted his son, maybe even would have left Evelyn to be the father. That call seems a clue. Maybe it wasn't about a reservation. I don't really understand that. Jamie says, nope, I think the train is her alibi. I don't know why you're saying nope. I think the train is her alibi. Our job now is to identify the person who does have an alibi, who can't be the killer. That's why we are agreeing that the train is her alibi, which is why her name is in this email. Oh, you asked if we disagreed. I said, nope, I think she is alibied out. Okay. And the nice thing is that Jamie got to tell us what he spotted, which we made the connection tenuously, but that video was brilliantly spotted and brilliantly hidden. Okay, everyone's agreeing. We're going to send this email then and see if Julia agrees. Should we send Julia a new message and say, oh, by the way, okay, she says, I can't believe I didn't see it earlier. Ruth's travel schedule places her miles away from the city on the night of the murder. That's another person in the clear with 5 suspects remaining. I wonder why she decided to leave on such short notice, or perhaps I'm just reading too far into things. Ruth could have simply made an impromptu decision to get away for a little while. Spontaneity isn't a crime after all, unless you're spontaneously murdered. You've spontaneously murdered a promising young actress, which, as you've established, Ruth did not. I think Ruth is leaving with the baby that's Viola's baby to hide her, so Viola can't get her. Okay, I have to say, I wish things were going as well on my end as they are for you. Raising the money we need has been challenging. Things are pretty chaotic around the office. I can't help but fantasize about escaping in a fancy house to a fancy house in the country for a long weekend, just like Ruth did. Don't worry, though. I won't let this investigation fall by the wayside. There's still a massive web of relationships to untangle and timelines to sort out. I'm going to spend every spare moment searching for more evidence to send your way. When I'm not fielding passive-aggressive emails from the board, that is, or fundraising, which mostly feels like begging my old contacts for cash. Or, you know, actually trying to run my theater. I wish there were more hours in the day and more zeros in my checking account, but hey, that's showbiz for you, Julia. I think we've made huge progress. I think it's lovely that this game has created, even with all these reveals, I think it's remarkable that this game has managed to throw in this little twist for us to struggle with. Arrive safely, left gift on your desk. Please wear with brown church suit. I don't know why she's concerned with what he wears this with. Is this found in the trunk? Because doesn't that seem to fully implicate George? Were we told this was found in the trunk? Or is this one of these things where we're just given it and not told where it's from? Because if we were told this is found in the trunk, then that's it. That's George. Are we told this is found in the trunk? Cigarette lighter, knife, stainless steel. It's found on the floorboards in the attic. I think you're right. I think I remember now. It was found near the trunk, but possibly dropped. It was like under the trunk. So possibly it was left by the killer, but possibly not. Okay, so we're not sure, but this is certainly George's, probably almost certainly, but doesn't mean that George is the killer. But we've got this mystery here. Why has she run off? Like, you wouldn't send a telegram unless, you know, she's left in a hurry. I think she had some need to get the baby out of town because Viola's trying to get it back. But then there's this crazy thing, like, why is she calling a divorce lawyer? Unless we're wrong about this being a different Lawrence. But boy, is that strange. Strange little extra mystery. I think she's leaving town to get this baby out of town. I just don't know why she'd be calling a divorce lawyer. All right, so let's think about this for a second. We've been playing for almost 5 hours. It's 3:42 a.m. We're not going to open the fourth box. That's how we got into trouble last night. So we'll meet again tomorrow evening at 11 p.m. and open the fourth box without a 2-hour recap. We'll just jump right into it. So maybe if we're lucky, tomorrow, Friday night, we'll play 2 boxes. But that will still leave us box 6 to play on Saturday. Does that work for you, Anna? Or if we play only 1 box per night, that would have us playing Sunday night. But I think maybe if we're lucky, we could play 2 boxes tomorrow night. And it says, I don't think this was in the floorboard, only the cufflink was there. No, Julia said they kept all this stuff through the decades. Okay, don't know what you're saying there. The cufflink was on the floorboards near the trunk, but the purse was just in the attic. Jamie says the ladder boxes are usually shorter. So yeah, if we're lucky, 2 boxes tomorrow night on Friday night, and then the final box on Saturday where we can discuss it. I think that's a good plan, and so we'll try to play 2 boxes tomorrow night. Sunday doesn't work, but Monday does. Okay, so if we're lucky, 2 boxes Friday night, the final box with room for discussion on Saturday night. If we can't do 2 boxes tomorrow, then we'll go Friday, Saturday, Monday. Boy, what a session we had tonight. Pretty fun. Pretty exciting. And there's still mystery left for us. So far, this is one of my favorite hunter-killer cases. Maybe my favorite hunter-killer case. But we can talk about that when we wrap it up on Saturday night. I'll see you all tomorrow, 11 p.m. Be there on time. No long recap tomorrow. See you then.